Hello, everybody. It's very good to see you all again. Thank you for joining me for yet another stream, coming back for some more chill vibes and more exploration in Disco Elysium. Hope you're all doing well. Feel free to share with me how you've been doing, what you've been up to, anything that you would like to share. Commercial, congrats on redeeming today's first redeem. Kian, welcome in. Rainstorm Wander, welcome. Maiko, thank you for lurking. As always, feel free to share with me how you've been doing, what you've been up to, anything like that, or simply hang out, enjoy stream, lurk, however you like to enjoy stream. You would like to share that I am awesome, and I would like to reciprocally share that you are also awesome. Hope everybody's had a good day. How am I? I'm all right. I overslept. My headache finally cleared up, so that's nice. You know, when you sleep like a ton of hours and then you get that like foggy, dull kind of headache feeling. Yeah, that. But it's a lot better now. I want to mess with this filter real quick because I can never stop tinkering. Um, yeah, let's do that. Probably makes no perceptible difference, but that's all right. So today we are getting back to Disco Elysium. I've said it before, this game's kind of in an evaluation phase for me to stream it, so let me know if you're having thoughts. I think some people are really liking that there's a lot of narration, and what do you mean the ad break is finishing now? The ad break finished 2 minutes ago. Anyway, it is a pretty chill game to hang out and listen to, but at the same time, it's a lot of dialogue, it's a lot of talking. May not be as engaging as some other more action-based games. So let me know what you're thinking, but so far I am loving it. I am having a good time. I really enjoy the writing of this game and the world building, the art, the music. It's all really, really solid. Oh no, the bot's so sad, Commercial. The bot is so sad. You would like to share that you are surrounded by the tiniest grasshoppers you have ever seen. Dozens of them, maybe a quarter inch long at most. You love them. Yeah, that's how I felt when I found the ones that I shared the picture of in Discord. And then I walked back by and I saw some full grown ones, so that was pretty cool. The world building is so in depth, isn't it, Crunch? Hope you're doing well.
Now you listen here, you walking pile of panic attack. You're gonna inhale, exhale your way through this bullshit if it's the last thing you do.
Thank you, Vandal. I don't necessarily appreciate being called that, but I see that the heart was in the right place, so that's okay. My trip to my parents was canceled because my sister is sick, contagious. Oh no, so I've been chilling, playing a game in early access called Infection Free Zone. I think I've heard of that one. All right, here we go. Ironic game title considering, yeah, a little bit. Really like it. How is Disco Elysium coming along? It's really good. It's a great story game. The writing is great. Um, it's really interesting. It's very much an RPG where your character build and everything matters and changes the experience you have. So far, I really like it. Hi, Cemetery Chick. I hope you're well. Rain, thank you for hanging out with us. Hope you're well. All right, let's continue. I believe, yes, we have just woken up for day 2. Yeah, we've played this game for like 9 hours and we just got to the second day. Ah, Kim has something to say and the workers are here today.
Morning.
He gives you a quick nod.
Looks like we can get to work at once. The union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them.
Hey, Space Monkey. How you doing? Good to see you. Good game choice. Thank you, Psionic Myconid. Hope you're well. Just got this for Switch. Yeah, I heard it was on Switch. It's probably a good game for Switch. Are these the men Gart told us about
I
yesterday?
completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it.
Howdy there, just lurking and working. I hope it goes well. You got an early start, huh? Or maybe it's a different time there than I think.
I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the Union. These men here. Men who drink beer for breakfast. I have no doubt these are the hearty boys Evrard told us about. The ones who keep the peace around here.
It's 8 a.m. You typically start at 7. Oh, wow. Yeah, I consider that early. Even though I've worked that shift before. That's an early start to me.
And the big one must be Hardy himself.
There are so many of them. Maybe we should call in reinforcements?
That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM and the Debarders Union. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's keep a cool head, okay?
Just asking to get us all refreshed. Why do we need to talk to them?
This is clearly the Union's peacekeeping force Evrard told us about. The one he said hanged our victim. We can't be sure, of course. Evrard may have lied to us. He definitely has an agenda of his own. Either way, we need to interview them, and it won't be easy.
Let's roll.
One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Good. A power move. Purposefully concentrate on something else first.
Your channel points are accumulating. You gotta keep hanging in there, and then eventually we'll be ready for another crowd control stream.
But aren't you curious to know what they have to say about the murder?
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that choice to you. Whatever you decide is fine by me.
How about this lady?
Just a moment, officer.
The cryptozoologist's wife. Okay, now this is an interesting character. The cryptozoologist's wife. Twitch Mobile have to open and close the emote menu twice to get it to show. Twitch Mobile, I don't know what they're doing with it.
And there's no public phones nearby?
You love those? Yes, thank you, Maiko. Thank you for getting the new emotes to me. The fancy lizard is really great. Like, it looks really great as an emote at that size. The mustache and the monocle are, you can see them pretty easily. These lizard guys you're most used. I'd have to check, but maybe.
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
He appears to be genuinely apologetic. Topic: one thing no one tells you when you're quitting alcohol is just how much time you'll be spending in the water closet. Not something that I'm experienced with, but if you're going through it, I hope it eases up for you.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. Now then,
Good day, ma'am. Everything all right?
please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Whirling's phone line isn't working. The Union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too.
Wait, what's wrong with the phone line?
The manager was vague about it.
She frowns.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi, may I ask what you needed to use the phone for, madame?
To let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night, but they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
She looks down.
Oh, forgive me for not introducing myself. My name is Lena. My husband and I are staying with our friend Gary just down the street, but I come here for tea when they're away.
Okay, I'll bite. Has your husband gone missing before?
That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully. But you have more important things to worry about.
What is this expedition your husband was on?
Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday. What could be keeping them?
The waterlock. That was broken. Could this be it?
The water lock to the other side of the coast is broken. They're probably just stuck over there.
Oh my. What happened to the water lock?
Probably just some technical problem.
Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful. To both of you. You've spared me another sleepless night.
You're welcome, ma'am.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband.
Of course I'll keep an eye out for the cryptozoologist. What kind of man do you take me for?
This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that extremely rare insect.
Right? Exactly.
Yes, some left-field scientific research is exactly what you need right now. Funk up that vanilla murder investigation.
I agree wholeheartedly.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the water lock's been repaired. And it's cold out there.
If I see him, I'll let him know you're here, when or if I get there.
Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie.
Well, I guess we ought to exhaust some dialogue. So your husband is some kind of scientist.
Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist, to be more precise.
What is cryptozoology?
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban legends.
The lieutenant sounds unimpressed.
That's one opinion, yes. And people are entitled to their opinions.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
Undermine your hobby. Wow. That's a cold bite you've delivered there, Kim Kitsuragi.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology, one specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them to be extinct or even fictitious. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless, and frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
She's completely internalized her husband's struggles. They are her own.
Suggestion 72% chance. Maybe you could convince her to tell you about some cool cryptids?
There's really no point
Yes.
in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work. Go on and ask.
Hey, Lena, I'd like to hear about some of the cryptids you've studied. Could you just tell me about a couple of them?
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told, I could really use the company too.
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza.
Cryptid extravaganza. I like the sound of that.
And I don't. Just one.
Oh, come on, Kim, the party pooper.
Or he'll be disappointed in you. Ooh, tough choice there.
What's the most dangerous cryptid?
The gnome of Jeroma.
Zoology is such a broad field that each one can be completely different. Some really do be tinfoil hat freaks, others are legit zoologists trying to figure out what animal cryptids actually are. Yeah, I don't really have an opinion of it. People pursuing things that they like and are interested in is cool. We're gonna say the Gnome of Jeroma. That doesn't sound too bad.
Oh, it is. None of his victims survived. Grieving relatives never even found their bodies because the gnome's venom dissolved organic tissue.
What did this cryptid look like?
It was reportedly a small creature with webbed fingers and a protruding forehead and a gangly little thing. Quite scary to look at. A couple of campers found it when it was already dying. They heard an odd wailing in the woods and followed the sound. They were scared and wrapped it in tarpaulin to suffocate it. It still took the Gnome of Jeroma an entire day to die.
Well, that sounds horrible for all parties.
If the body of the creature was found, why aren't there detailed illustrations of it in science textbooks, confirming the existence of these very little species?
Alas, the first scientist who got his hands on the creature's corpse put it in a jar of formaldehyde, thinking that would detoxify the gnome's venom. Instead, all the venom leaked out of the creature's teeth and into the surrounding liquid, dissolving the creature itself. A poetic end, perhaps, but a real loss for science.
She says, mostly to herself.
Alas, always alas, and then it was gone. Isn't that overly convenient?
Seems very convenient that it just disappeared and nothing like it was seen again.
I understand your skepticism, but that's what happens with things that are rare and stand out. Their disappearance is most memorable, and they are least likely to be found again.
This has been educational. Sadly, we need to discuss something else.
Of course, dear.
Tell me more about Morel, looks, character, your relationship.
Oh dear. I'm not sure where to begin.
What does your husband look like?
Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
Oh, really, Cemetery Chick? I haven't heard that story. Let's try again. If I were trying to meet him on the street, what would I look for?
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting down the woman's description.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, just in case.
How long have you been married?
We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones even more somehow.
How did the two of you meet?
By a dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking to get back into the scene after recovering from my accident, and he'd just divorced. We hit it off, and, well, here we are.
She smiles wistfully.
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
I think I have all the information I need. Let's move
I
on.
hope I've been useful.
Let's hear about this rare insect your husband is looking for.
Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
No, I want to hear about the insect.
Well, it's a phasmid, technically, but
Ah yes, Phasmatodia, a diverse group of insects whose bodies resemble twigs, leaves, that sort of thing. Ghost insects, colloquially. Oh yeah, here comes the interesting.
where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insulindian coast.
Interesting.
Hence its name, the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering the phasmid with us, officers.
She looks you in the eye and nods thoughtfully.
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing made-up insects with cryptozoologists.
It's not made up, officer. I can assure you. It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists at all.
What makes you think the phasmid is around here?
Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect that looks like the reeds. Gary sent us the clipping.
So a newspaper clipping is all the evidence you have?
Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insular Indian phasmid perfectly, and they didn't even know what they were looking at.
So is it dangerous?
Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully?
Does it have cool powers?
Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it's stayed hidden all these years, centuries even.
The name just rolls off the tongue. Okay, what's so special about this stick bug then? Move on.
Oh dear, I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. It is very special.
The woman's face flushes with embarrassment.
Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
That's all for now, ma'am. All right, let's check in with
Can I help you?
Gart. Okay, I need to make enough money to pay my bill for the night. So, I need to do that. I need to sing karaoke. I need to track down my badge and my gun. I need to inspect the dead bodies still. What an epic convo. She didn't mind being interrogated so thoroughly. Yeah, the conversations in this game are quite extensive. Alright. Let's try to approach the body again and see if I handle it any better than last time. And then after that, we'll come back in and talk to the workers.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now.
Nice, 92% chance because I got my shit together. I get a +6 to my dice roll.
As you breathe in, the odor comes over you. It's a smell of the mind telling you to run, and your stomach to wring itself empty. With your hands at your sides and your eyes squinting, you stand in it.
You would need to take a nap after that kind of conversation. I'll be honest, that's the feeling that playing this game gives me sometimes. In a good way. It's just so thorough mentally that it definitely gets a little tiring. Do they always do that?
They do after 7 days, yes. We are deep in decomposition here.
Step closer.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enamel boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins, and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest and shoulders. The cargo belt used to fasten him to the branch above appears industrial in strength.
Hey, Purple, welcome in. Alright, let's start by looking him in the eye.
His eyes are milky white and blind to the world, protruding comically from their sockets. There is no one home, just subaquatic terrors there. Dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside. The death's head grin has passed. What remains is an unrecognizable mess. Underneath the curdled meat there is an expression, not carried on his features, but below, inside, an expression of pleasure. This man was experiencing joy at the moment of his death.
Inland Empire, 92% chance. Tell me, who are you, dead man?
I'm gone.
I can see you're gone, but who are you?
I'm a joke. Look at me.
You are now, but who were you when you were alive?
A killer. A motherfucker. And a killer.
I have another question for you.
Go ahead, Cobbo.
Where have you gone?
Into the wild pale yonder.
Where is that?
In the past. Way out in the west.
What is happening?
What do you mean?
I'm talking to you.
It's the power of your...
Black, frothy liquid starts bubbling on his lips.
imagination.
Yeah, man! Don't be crazy! Inanimate objects and dead people can't really talk to you. Your wild imagination is doing this. Ask some more of those questions you love so much.
I hate this necktie.
He loves those.
Why do I love questions so much?
Because you're a copperoony. Look at all of them go. Do you want more questions?
Yes, give me a comical amount of questions.
Coming right up, copperoony Rooney. This is getting upbeat now.
Why do I feel like I've forgotten something terrible?
Because you have.
Is my name Rooney?
Fuck no. You're no Rooney.
I do strike myself as a Rooney.
No, you don't. Between you and me, your name is probably Harry.
Probably, huh?
That's right. Stupid, boring Harry. Harry, the motherfucker.
Who killed you?
Love did me in, Brother Copo. It was love all along.
Can you ask me a question?
Sure, Lobo. I can ask you a question. Why are you doing this?
What?
Looking at my face, motionless. Looking into my eyes, standing here. Why are you investigating my murder?
Maybe this will lead to something. Something indescribable, unforeseen, miraculous? The clown lips on the corpse appear to smile. The face rotates before you slowly.
Something is on its way. Something hidden. It's coming. A miracle from the northwest, and it's almost here. You can feel it in the air, on your hands. The cold spring air smoothing them over.
Why were you feeling pleasure when you died?
Maybe I was getting my rocks off. Do I look like an erotic auto-asphyxiation type to you?
Ask him what is erotic auto-asphyxiation. I want to hear what he says.
Captain Coppodromo.
Plot twist, the main character isn't crazy and he can talk to the dead. I mean, who knows?
Sexuality again. Let's go with a simpler question.
He didn't choke himself. You know it.
I hate you, you stink, and you're boring.
Do I remind you of someone?
A child born with Muller's disease, harlequinism, grown up miraculously.
A baby affected with harlequinism.
You sure wriggled out of that one, Coppellini.
Enough.
Come back later, Coppo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also, see me in your dreams.
Huh, what he just said to me is not what the text said. That's interesting. Inspect the boots.
The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick polymer socks, probably for padding. A fine array of interlocking plates covers them. Delicate and fragile, they feel alien to the world around you, out of place somehow. These are clearly not boots. They're armor, possibly part of a larger set.
These aren't just boots, are they? They're armor.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots.
What kind of armor is this exactly?
Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where the make would be.
Where?
Under the heel. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. This is advanced stuff.
The material looks out of place here.
It is. It's expensive.
The lieutenant draws a line in the condensation on the ceramic with his index finger. Hey, Love Glutton, welcome in.
We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it too costly. In that time, we've lost 6 men to semi-automatics.
How much are we talking about?
For a full set, about 4 years of wages.
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average yearly income is 5,500 real, unadjusted for rank.
That's a lot, I take it.
As a wage, it's regrettably small. But for a piece of hardware, yes, that's a lot.
What happened to the rest of it? Just immediately locked in on this? Good to have you, Love Glutton.
The locals probably scavenged it. It would be odd if he had more on after 7 days. We should keep a lookout for these pieces. The armor could yield information. Maybe he'll know something.
Understood.
The sabatons dangle off the man's decaying form, ageless and synthetic.
How could this man afford such expensive hardware?
Looks like he worked for a private contractor, like Evrard told us. Wealthy, with state ties. This is way above what we have.
Knock on
A
the boot.
small bell-like sound fills the air, like tapping on the side of a porcelain cup.
Sounds fragile.
It's anything but. This material is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads kinetic energy horizontally, from plate to plate, dissipating it entirely. See?
Faint, organic lines cover the plates where they separate into smaller ones. These plates then divide into smaller plates until there are hundreds of them altogether, like whirls of floorboards. The design looks organic, influenced by highly resistant wood materials, like lignum vitae and ebony perhaps.
What does this remind me of?
If trees were made of porcelain, this is what their cross-sections would look like.
Run your finger over the lines.
The smooth, glossy surface fractures into ever more intricate interconnections, peaking on the right sabaton, where you notice the whirls are in the shape of a letter and number combination, E50, 100, 1000.
Looks like there's a serial number on the right sabaton.
Good. Can you read it to me?
E50, 100, 1000.
We have a make and a number. That's something. We can use the radio in my kinema when we're done. Either station can chase it for us.
Pull the boot off.
This feels dangerous. Are you sure?
Grab the boot under your arm.
The stench fills your nostrils. As you push downward, an ominous creaking sound comes from above.
Stop!
The lieutenant's voice is sharp. He looks at you with the boot under your arm.
Pig's gonna pull his head off.
Brutal!
Let go of the boot.
What's wrong with you, asshole? Why's he letting Goku know?
I don't know, baby. I don't know why he's such a
Officer, if I may ask, what were you trying to achieve by putting on the deceased foot?
Say nothing, back off, and look at the corpse.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos, and extremities blotched pink and blue.
Inspect the tattoos.
An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart. His corpse is marked by stars.
What will mine be marked by?
Alcohol and heartbreak.
Is this a map of the night sky?
A map of the stars. I do see some similarity to astronomical charts. Great century Messinian, maybe. But this seems more particular. Customized somehow.
As if someone left out most of the night sky, filtering it through personal choice. The principle of this filter remains unknown to you. The thought dissipates, and you feel as though you were only half right.
I'm missing something here.
So am I.
A sudden ringing fills the air as the lieutenant pulls down the zipper of his orange jacket.
He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed. A small lens appears. Some sort of camera.
Let the lieutenant work.
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck is that?
An instant color camera.
He produces two metal-capped ampules and clicks them into place on the side of the apparatus. A thin slot shines there.
This is the first time he openly acknowledges the kid's existence.
I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
He points the camera at the corpse, peering into it. The lens needs adjusting. Then,
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper, rolling out.
In case we need it.
the lieutenant says, and shakes the paper, letting it dry in the cold wind. On it, a color-perfect copy of the dead man's tattooed chest. What do we need this photo for?
It contains insight to the victim's person. This was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter to us. Now, if you could find someone to decipher it.
Can I have it? I should look at it later without the corpse smell.
Sure. Just don't lose it.
He hands you the piece of rolled-up photo paper. It's no larger than a pack of cigarettes.
The glossy-eyed corpse looks by, his mouth mute and his skin as colorful as the chemical rainbow on the photo paper, teeming with opportunistic organisms.
You've acquired an interactable item. Investigate this item further by going to the Interact tab in your inventory.
Inspect the belt.
The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, a sliding buckle ties the belt to the branch. This is a steel-reinforced cargo lashing belt, big brother of the regular cargo belt. It's used for tying cargo under 6-rotor airships.
Don't ask me how I know, but this is a lashing belt used for airlifting cargo.
Airlifting? I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them.
Apparently this is the reinforced kind, for air transport. My brain tells me so.
The local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand, without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves.
They sure wanted him to stay up there. The rope is reinforced with steel wiring. Noise here at your office is insane. It's like they're using every possible power tool at once, and some impossible ones. I hope that goes away so you can focus on work. Brain tells you so, super believable, yes.
I was afraid it would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strands. This makes getting him down more problematic than I had assumed.
We're assuming dock workers from the harbor did it.
The brief suggested as much, politically motivated by the ongoing strike. Did you not get a briefing?
My past has undergone total annihilation. Nothing remains. My mother, the love of my life, certainly not a briefing.
Okay, you should ask me for one the first moment we get.
How did they even get him up there?
A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around.
He points to the buckle tying the belt to the branch above. Did they climb up using the kid's ladder? Point to the one at the side of the tree.
That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you? I think they lassoed the branch, then pulled on the belt to close the buckle.
Could be. The shape of the branch supports the theory.
Back off and look at the corpse.
The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt, limbs limp and torso covered in tattoos.
Hope whatever they're killing dies soon. Yeah, Space Monkey. So, how do we get him down?
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done.
He stops to think, then checks his notes. Let's step back and have another look first.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos, and extremities blotched pink and blue.
Squint and take a step back.
As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into a violent mess of green and pink. This is a trick. You've done it before. Pink is where the blood settled in the first hours post-mortem. You can use it to see if the corpse has been tampered with. Does his position at the time of death match the discoloration?
Observe.
Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck, just above the noose. The rest of the corpse appears dark green in the cold spring air.
His face and hands are pink. Thighs too.
I see it. His neck too. The lividity goes right up his chin. We have good, well-pronounced discoloration here.
Relax your eyes.
The monster comes back into focus, an explosion of color, coursing with dark marbled veins. His stomach appears pregnant with something. Black liquid streams down his thigh and onto his boot.
So, what do you think?
I think he was upright after death. His hands, feet, and neck are discolored.
Agreed, especially on the neck. The belt acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis supports a hanging.
Yep, seems like a lynching to me.
Everything here seems to corroborate that assumption, but we should still get him down before assigning a probable cause of death.
Something is coming out of him.
A pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet. Purge liquid is dripping into it, drop by drop.
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion at the time of death.
The fuck he's saying?
Talking about shit.
Maybe he went to the toilet sometime before death.
Maybe.
He doesn't really want to dwell on it too long. He's beaten up, see the bruises?
Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them. The delinquents have made our jobs harder with their little sport.
Stop talking in riddles, coin slot.
It means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal like.
Back off and catch your breath.
But there is no breath to catch. Only the cadaver filling the air and your nostrils. He slowly rotates before you, decomposing.
I have something I need to know, Corpse Man.
Of course. You have questions, don't you? The power of your imagination is at your service.
Alright, I guess I have no more
Come
questions.
back later, Corpo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also, see me in your dreams.
Hey, thanks for lurking. I hope you're doing well. Yep, the preliminary examination is done. Let's get him down from there.
The steel-reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt.
He doesn't actually think the challenge is unique. He thinks it's frustrating, annoying, and harder than he thought.
The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, There's the question of cutting the airship strength material.
We could saw the branch.
Climb up there and saw the branch?
Yeah, it seems dangerous.
There has to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees.
Maybe we could shoot him down.
Yeah! Bang bang time, pig! Shoot his head off!
How?
Where the buckle ties the rope to the branch. That's a good spot to aim.
There, the buckle holds the belt together.
Where? Ah, yes, I see. If the shot hits that, there might be a chance to release the belt.
Yeah, now we're talking. Entertain a Kuno with some shit.
They'll miss! The pigs will miss Kuno!
The lieutenant is undecided. On one hand, he wants to shoot some gun. On the other, it's an awfully stupid idea.
Did I ever find my gun? Not yet, not yet. Wait, let me try.
The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He appears too deep in concentration to even notice what you said.
Say nothing, let him choose.
Silence. With his elbow sharp, the lieutenant unzips his jacket and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper top in the
Kingdom Kind, welcome in, Raiders. How we doing? Welcome, welcome. We got Fusion coming in. Yat in the hat, good to see you, Yat. Mass, welcome in. How you doing? Let's get a shout out for you. What were you up to today? Urk, welcome in. Kingdom Kind, Chef Dave Kitty, Revolutionary, lots of people that I recognize. Let's see what was going on. Alien Isolation. Feel free to tell us a little bit about yourself. I think this is our first time meeting, so if you'd like to share with us anything about you, who you are, the games you play, the vibes you have, anything that lets the lovely people here know a little bit more about you and lets them decide if they'd like to click the heart that will be appearing at the top of chat, give you a follow, maybe catch you in the future. Disco Elysium is a nice game. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it. I am too. Raiders, if you don't know me, I'm Ad Noctum. I'm a variety streamer. I play a variety of games focused on the single-player story-based experiences. So I like action, horror, RPG, some Souls-like shooters, a little bit of everything that's got that story basis to it. Today we're playing Disco Elysium, an RPG where we are an amnesiac detective investigating a murder amidst great socio-political unrest and overturn. So, a lot of fun, very intricate RPG, but that's a little bit about me and what you can expect to see from the channel. Mass very kindly guided the raid tonight. Mass, thank you very much for doing that. Thanks for pointing our way, bringing people over here. And Raiders, thank you for coming over and checking out a new channel. It means a lot. I really appreciate it. That said, Kingdom Kind and Raiders, if you need to raid and run, if you need to get out of here, get off Twitch, go take care of things, whatever you got to do, just know while you're always welcome here, there is no obligation to hang out and stick around after a raid. So do appreciate you. And like I said, if you want to share anything about yourself, feel free to. We like to share a little spotlight with our Raiders. Nice job for captions, by the way. I'm glad they are useful to you. I really enjoy having captions for a variety of reasons, and they're pretty easy to set up. Highly recommend both playing and watching. Yeah, this is a really great game, especially if you like mysteries, if you like a complex political background and a lot of factions and things like that. Great writing, super clever writing, great voice acting, great art and music. I definitely see why this game gets the accolades that it does. With that said, there is a little bit of a content warning. We are investigating a murder, and the details are quite graphic, and there's just a lot of generally heavy and or potentially offensive things about this game. So just know that going in. It's not a light watch, except when it is, and it's a lot of fun, but there are some heavy elements. Thanks for the follows, Kingdom Kind and Chef Dave Kitty. Thanks for being here with us. Excuse me, first time you've watched it and you like seeing what I do differently. Yes, now I'll have to go and continue the cycle and watch somebody else play it and see how they approach things differently than I have. This game definitely has a heavy element of choice, and the way you build your character and approach situations really seems to change things up. Hey, thank you for lurking. I hope you're doing well. There's some crazy kids shouting a lot of bad words. Yeah, there's definitely some not so nice words and sentiments in this game. It's a challenging game. It's not an easy one to digest, but I also don't think it's like an edgy game. You know, some games push certain concepts for shock factor. This game, I think, does it very artistically and encourages you to think about a lot of things very critically. Thanks again for the warm welcome. Of course, thanks for bringing everybody over here. Thanks for trusting that recommendation and bringing everybody over to meet us. And let me go ahead and give you a follow. I have seen a couple of playthroughs of Alien Isolation. I've never played it myself, but I know it's a great watch. So I'll give you a follow now and see if I can catch you another time and see what your stream is all about. Handles heavy topics well. I think so. I think it handles them very critically and intellectually, and everything that's here is here for a reason. If there's something that's uncomfortable in this game, it's existing to challenge you in some way, is my belief. So the story here is this guy has been hung up on this tree, or I guess hanged on this tree for a week, and we don't know how to get him down because he's secured with steel wire. So we are about to attempt shooting the buckle and dropping the rope so we can get the body down and investigate it. Fusion, thank you for that follow. Welcome to the channel. We have firearms with paper cartridges here. So I still haven't placed where this game is like early to mid industrial revolution. They have cars, they have radios and telephones, firearms with paper cartridges. So, but he also said semi-automatics, so that's like 1900s ish. I'm not quite sure where the technology is yet.
That's a Kiel A9090 Armistice, mass-produced muzzleloader. Ascetic, frugal, one of the most common firearms in the world.
Yeah, muzzleloader with paper cartridge being one of the most common firearms in the world would point to like early 1900s. But of course, it's not tied to our history. It's something distinct.
He then steps back and assumes the fellow's death's position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
Easy does it, partner.
He's gonna fucking miss!
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements. A cloud of smoke slowly parts in the air as the lieutenant steps back and says to himself,
How's the day been for me? It's been alright. It's not been a bad day. One of those days, you know, where I overslept and I shouldn't have, and I've been foggy all day, but otherwise pretty good. I hope your day's been well. As always, you know, we have a policy here. Feel free to tell me what you've been doing, what you've been up to, or just hang out, enjoy the game with us however you want to enjoy stream. It's something I always like to emphasize at the top of stream, but feel free to share as well.
God damn it.
Oh, he did miss.
he feels bad about it. About his eyes mostly. Just having bad eyesight. Probably from a young age. Whatever you do, do not console him.
Fucking idiot! Mookaba asshole!
Never played Disco Elysium, but it looks very interesting. It is. It's very unique as far as games go. I can't say that I think I've ever played a game that I would say, yes, that is like Disco Elysium. He's got power brows, but can't shoot a dang clasp. I know, and from only, like, 5 yards.
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he?
Try again, maybe?
No, we are lucky as it is. We didn't break anything, and the victim remains uncompromised.
He looks around at the windows overlooking the yard.
Any more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate position with the locals. We have eyes on us. I didn't do us any favors with that.
Kuno is Twitch. Yes. We have ads coming up. I've just snoozed them for 5 minutes because I hate when I have to subject people to ads after they just raid over. But we will have ads coming up in 8 minutes, and I do take a short gameplay break because I don't like people who are not subscribed to miss anything. He thought chopping off the branch was too dangerous, but shooting is okay. Yeah, who knows where that bullet landed? Those ads can be rough. Yeah, you just can't win. If you put pre-rolls on, then people get a roll or an ad before they can ever see your stream, and that's irritating. And then if you put mid-rolls on, then people get ads every hour just for being there, and that's irritating. So I'm experimenting this month with the mid-roll ads, and we'll see if it makes an impact on things. But I appreciate everybody's patience in the meanwhile. Would just turn them all off if I could. Should help you. Yeah, I believe it might. And so far, we've been able to time it around taking breaks and things like that, which I've not minded. I actually think I've had longer streams because at least once every 1 or 2 hours, I'm getting up and taking a short break, and I think it's kept me going a little while longer. Well, so my empathy told me, do not console him, so I don't want to say it's okay, man. Does that mean I probably shouldn't chastise him either? I should probably ask what he wants to do now and just conclude it.
I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without assistance.
Can I have the gun? I should try.
It's bad as it is. Us shooting firearms like punks.
He pauses, then shrugs and proceeds to load the pistolet.
Go ahead. I'm not stopping you. Just don't lose it.
The piece shines in his outstretched hand.
They only have one gun.
This is the sorriest pair of pigs Kuno's ever seen.
Take the gun.
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana boyka. Take it and shoot yourself in the mouth.
Feel the weight first.
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprisingly light. Your fingers fit right through the guard, instinctively resting on the trigger.
Interesting. Made with bakelite. As I recall, that came along in like the 30s or 40s.
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno? Tell him to shoot himself in the mouth.
Point the gun at the belt.
The buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with your feet planted firmly in the ground and your left hand supporting your gun arm.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss.
Close your left eye first.
Your field of view narrows. The branch slowly moves, becoming entirely two-dimensional. The metal buckle glimmers, catching the morning light as the corpse slowly rotates. The slow movement of the branch in the wind and your shoulders directing the gun sync up, dancing hypnotically. As you wait, your breathing slows down. Some mosquito-like organism buzzes in your peripheral.
Look, he's crying. You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty?
Alright, I have a 42% chance. How long have I been playing this game in general for? We are now at about the, let's call it the 10-hour mark, 10 to 12 hours. We're on day 2. I don't know how many days there are. We have had 2 interactions since I started stream, and we're an hour in. So I talked to one lady who was a cryptozoologist's wife, and then I've investigated the corpse, and that is all the gameplay we've done in the past hour. Alright, 42% chance. Let's roll it.
A plume of smoke erupts from the barrel. Your hand goes numb from the explosion. With your ears still ringing, you lower the weapon to see what happened. You missed the belt, but hit the corpse straight in the chest. Bits of ribcage protrude from the skin. No blood, only a murky sludge dripping down his belly.
You've returned to
The sudden
this?
sting
Yes.
Makes your eyes water.
Oh my god, he's gonna fucking cry. I knew it. What a mulko.
Are you? Because it sort of feels like you are. Please don't cry.
There's something wrong with your weapon, Lieutenant. It keeps missing.
The armistice is sufficiently precise, officer, especially at close range.
He takes his sidearm from you and holsters it.
It's not the gun's fault you can't shoot. It's your pig hands.
Pigs don't have hands. They have, like, fucking hooves or something.
Kuno has hands. Kuno can shoot that shit down for you.
Wait, you're telling me I can actually give the gun to Kuno? What would Kim think of me if I suggested this? No, Kuno, if I can't shoot him down, no one will.
Cop's bitter because he fucked that corpse up, Kuno. What a fucking good pillar.
We still need to get him down somehow.
His tone is growing tired now. The stench makes him turn away from the corpse. But how?
The bad way. The way I didn't want us to. By asking the harbor for help. They have the tools and the men. If they put him up there, they can take him down too.
Good job we already found a way in the harbor.
Hooray for us.
But won't it be dangerous?
To ask the suspects for help with the victim's body? To be indebted to Evrard Clare? Very much, yes. Which is why I would have preferred us to accomplish this feat ourselves. Clearly we can't.
Suck my dick, bitches!
Let's get to it then. Well, that was supremely unsuccessful. I have a level up here. I think I want more shivers. I damaged my morale, so it's a good thing I have a lot of that. Last comment by the child, just why? Because the child's just trying to be trouble. Crunch, I love that emote. Well, I'll tell you what, we are a minute out from our ad break, so why don't we break here, and I'll run the ads early. And that way we can, instead of breaking up the conversation, we can just jump right into it and do the whole conversation in a minute. Hate to raid and run, but gonna fade into a lurk while you make dinner. No worries at all. We appreciate the raid. We appreciate you hanging out and chatting with us. I hope dinner is great, and I'll definitely come by to see you sometime. So thanks again. Hope you have a good one. In the meantime, I'm going to run. I'll be gone for 3 minutes. I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads. Like I said before, this keeps ads from playing when people first find the channel. And then I'll be back, and we'll talk to the harbor workers. I will see you all in just a moment. I appreciate you hanging out. All right, y'all. Thanks for hanging out. Maiko, I appreciate you running clips while I was away. Thank you for your help. Computer, please hold on to my frames. Do not drop them. Thank you. So we got just a couple seconds left on the ad break. What else do I plan to stream coming up? If we want, I might try to finish Kingsfield. I don't know how much longer it is, but I can't imagine it's too many more streams to try to finish Kingsfield. I thought about Still Wakes the Deep, but Still Wakes the Deep is $30 for what is a 4 to 6 hour game, so it's a little hard for me to justify as a stream game right now, but it looks good. So I'll wait and see if it maybe goes on a steeper sale or something. We've got Devil May Cry that I wanted to start, Metal Gear Solid. I don't remember if there's anything else newer that's on the list, but it is Game Pass if I'm interested. Okay, I do have Game Pass. So, yeah, we might do... It'll probably be a one-off. If it's 4 to 6 hours, it'll probably be a one-off stream. But, yeah, let's check out Still Wakes the Deep. And then, like I said, I'm on the fence about continuing Disco Elysium as a stream game. So I'm just trying to gather some more information on it. And, of course, if you have feedback on it, let me know. Devil May Cry, what about... Am I going to be upset that I asked what this is? Probably. That's what I'm thinking. Probably. Angel April laughed. It's funny because I was thinking, like, what is the opposite, or what is an alternative to May that starts with A? So I thought it was Always. And I thought it was Angels Always Love. That doesn't mean anything. It's not anything. That's just what I got out of your acronym. Devils may cry, but you know I cry when angels deserve to die. It's a bowl. There's spit in it, reeking of tobacco. Devil May Cry is so good. I finally got my controller hooked up to my PC, so I definitely want to try it. It's okay, not everyone can be funny like you. I wouldn't want to take your brand of funny anyways. You own that. Okay. These are not my words. I'm reading the inscription on the photo. It says, Monica's titties are big.
Over here.
She snaps her fingers.
Let me handle this.
The woman says to the crowd in the mess hall before turning to you. I think you know my opinion on Disco Elysium already, and it's definitely because of reasons like that photo.
You seem a little different today. Less hospitable.
You are far from home, lieutenants. This isn't a district known for its love of self-proclaimed militiamen.
I mean, no trouble. I'm here to do my job, that's all.
Not a muscle moves in her face, but her eyes trace yours, stern and perceptive.
You are looking for Titus Hardy, who you think has information on a murder the RCM is investigating. You want to interview him.
She points to the man standing in the middle of the room.
That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming. Nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest if we have to.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
What's your role in all this?
Obviously, I'm a lawyer. A legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union. I would urge you to consider what you say to my clients.
What if I want to talk to you, not Titus?
What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. In Martinez, you are no one.
I saw what you were thinking. You want to say, what are you going to do to me? Don't. Just because it's in your head doesn't mean you have to say it.
See, this is what I need. A guide to life. Abstract concepts in my head telling me which thoughts in my mind I should and should not say.
You will not lose out on anything good by not saying it.
Wow, the game just straight up telling me you won't lose out on anything good by not saying it. I like that. I should talk to Titus then.
This is where you say your bit.
A broad-shouldered man points at you with a beer can.
Detective.
The lieutenant acknowledges you with a sharp note. He's leaving it to you. We need to talk about the man hanged out back.
Oh, this is about him. A real looker, that one.
You're sure taking your time, waiting for him to get ripe and pretty for you, huh?
Oh, he was a real pretty boy by now. Real hot stuff. Letting out that pretty boy smell.
Time to go to work in the shit factory!
Easy, boys. These janitors have a hell of a job cut out for them. I mean, I wouldn't go in there for $1 million.
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not going to get better than this.
These guys are so macho, they're ready to confess to first-degree murder. Ask if it was them. Do a head count first. Connect these men to the tracks you saw in the yard. Chances are they're going to match.
Yep, 7. Scan the room.
Starting from the right. Boot size 44. Blonde man. In his 30s. Overbearingly masculine. Sitting on his right. Standard working boots. Size 45 or 46. Eldest in the room. Probably mid-50s. Smoker. Quiet. Across at the other table. Hobnailed working boots. Size 43. Gang tattoos. Mesk or Sarah Mauritian in his late 30s, early 40s. And then standard working boot. Steel reinforced toes. Size 46. The big dick. Wide at the shoulders and lean at the hips. Rugby cap. Fingerless gloves. and numerous scars, a little under 40. The emblem on his vest says Rowing Club. A little patch below it reads T. Hardy, Captain. In the far corner, standard working boot, steel reinforced toes, size 44, 40-something, non-alcoholic beverage in hand. You squint. Is that a plectrum?
A plectrum, like a guitar pick? Where?
On his neck. Forget it. It's not important. Let's call this one the musician.
Okay, yeah, so like a guitar pick. And the little guy.
Size 41, with the light step. Not a child, after all. An older man with a rat face, mean, watery eyes, and 2 front teeth missing. In the middle, heaving and wheezing. Big guy. Boot size 46, deep marks. Probably carried the victim over. He, alone, is 130 kilos. Add the man in armor, and you could easily exceed 220.
Like how without context, it sounds like he's just randomly pointing out shoe sizes. I didn't even think about that. People who weren't here for the scene where we scanned the crime scene, yeah, it just sounds like he's randomly identifying their shoe size.
In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene. The footprints were theirs, but there's a discrepancy.
One of them is missing. The odd soul.
Exactly. You've stood there for about 4 seconds, not saying anything. Hit them with questions. Where's the 8th Hardy?
The fuck is with you, fella?
I found 8 sets of footprints, but there's only 7 of you. Where is the 8th Hardy boy?
What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy boy. There's 7 of us, and we're all here.
He sizes you up.
Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy boy? We ain't hiring.
He shakes his head.
Actually, boss, we've been talking, and we think she could maybe...
This person Glenn wants to hire. He really respects her.
Shut the fuck up, Glenn!
I do the talking here. Now what the fuck do you want, cop?
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy
Shut the
Boys
fuck up,
matter.
Glenn. Yeah.
Nothing to do with your shit. End.
He points at the lieutenant.
You're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching you.
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy sooner or later.
The man hanged in the backyard. Did you do it?
The pretty boy. You guys really love talking about that pretty boy.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Why are your boot prints all over the scene?
You mean these boots?
He raises his worker boot, size 46, steel reinforced toe. Yes.
We all got a pair. We wore them the night we took the pretty boy out back and hung him by the neck. Yeah, we did this. Together. All of us. Until he was dead. That's why our prints are all over the scene.
I'm uncomfortable with this. Aha, so you just confessed to murder?
Goddamn right.
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened so that you don't waste any more of your time.
All 7 together. They're diluting responsibility. It's an anti-arrest tactic.
How did you kill him?
We hanged him up by his neck until he got real still. Wasn't that obvious, copper?
Didn't they teach you anything at the cop school, idiot?
You're pretty sure you've had at least 2 years of cop school and many more of active service. This is where an autopsy would come in handy. You have to work with what you know.
We need more. Did you muffle him? We haven't heard any reports of screams.
Titus, You don't have to clarify anything.
We overpowered him, dragged his unconscious body to the tree, put a noose around his neck, and hanged him till he was dead and steady.
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and you fucks.
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first, then see if it all adds up.
Where did this overpowering happen?
Right fucking here. The fucker pranced in here like he owns the place. Got what was coming to him.
Titus lets the others clear out the details, so he doesn't get his hands muddy with explaining too much.
How did you manage to overpower him?
With numbers, asshole. How do you think? You're right, Lizzie. I've done enough explaining here.
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Things aren't quite right here, are they?
Titus is solid as a rock, and so are a few others. But
first, tell me who's solid.
Elaine, who looks like he might be Titus's right-hand man, the least antsy of the bunch. Definitely not
GG, thank you.
First time being questioned by the police.
Yeah, things don't seem right. They really don't.
This little rat-faced fellow is solid, too. Always fidgety, yes, but no change there. Him neither. Mostly keeps to his tomato juice, or whatever he's got there.
Who's cracking under the pressure? This one. He's sweating profusely and has difficulty breathing. They've smartly kept him out of the conversation thus far. Definitely the weakest link in the chain. Hey, you, turn to the big guy. You having trouble breathing over there?
No.
He looks up, startled, his forehead shiny from sweat. A few coiled locks are peeking out from under his warm woolen hat.
Of course he's having trouble breathing. Just look at how fucking fat he is.
The man next to the big guy bursts out laughing.
Fuck off, Shanky. Angus is a powerful guy. All muscle.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to break like a piece of twig.
There's something you're not telling me.
And fuck you, too, copper. Picking on Angus like this. We're done with this schoolyard shit. And just so you know, he doesn't have trouble breathing.
His all-muscle comment wasn't sarcastic. He's genuinely trying to look out for Angus. This one is a stone wall. You won't get more out of them about the night of the murder. Not yet.
Right, I have other questions about the lynching.
Like what, copper?
Why did you kill him?
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out alive in my town.
So he was a mercenary, that's it?
And he stepped out alive.
He repeats, jaw clamped shut like a vice.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Cohoy and Semenine written all over him. Ex-Oranese Special Forces.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
This one has a special gripe with him coming here.
Pinkertons.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara.
Hold on, how do you even know he was in Special
'Cause
Forces?
one night, he walked straight up to the mic and said, I'm RNE's goddamn Special Forces, and I'm gonna fuck you all.
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some RNE's paratrooper song, and said he's gonna fuck everyone.
We couldn't believe it either, but he fucking did. Right there. Like some kind of animal.
This is a serious violation of the karaoke code.
Okay, besides crimes against karaoke, what did he actually do wrong?
Wrong? He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
He wipes spittle from his mouth.
From rape to harassment, to threats of violence. Why the strange de-escalation?
Okay, death penalty warranted. I mean, I'm not saying I'm gonna let them get away with it. I am saying I'm starting to understand.
He regrets mentioning it. Hopes you didn't
But
notice.
can we take them at their word?
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. That was before he started coming here.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started coming here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grabbed one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
He grabbed someone?
The lieutenant is trying to make sense of this flood of information.
Yeah, this girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl, young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming. Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
He shakes his head in disbelief. Was this the same girl who was sexually assaulted, raped, you said?
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it. They got the girl out before anything else could happen.
Yeah, me and Eugene got her out. Aren't you fucking listening?
He repeats like a parrot.
Seems like they don't want to talk about that rape Titus mentioned. Why not? This is a serious allegation. Make them talk about it.
Yeah, that's the type of allegation that makes the difference between me looking the other way on important information if they can prove it. Who did he rape then? This is a very serious allegation.
No, you're not getting a name. That's a Martinez matter, and I'm not discussing it with you clowns.
If I take their story at face value, they were basically protecting their people. When did this hanging incident occur?
You don't have to answer any of his questions.
The fixer turns to remind Titus.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week.
How long had you known the victim?
Known him? We don't associate with scum like that, asshole.
Yeah! Who do you think we are?
Red Dabbler, welcome in. Hope you're doing well.
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. Happy?
By the Pines cow, you mean Joyce Messier? The representative for White Pines? The same company you are striking against?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. But you know what?
Kian, thank you for the hydrate. He rubs his chin, pretending to mull it over.
Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions.
Who called the shots that night?
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardy Boy without arresting all Hardy Boys. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
A shadow of a smirk passes her lips as she tilts her head.
A trick question. Don't let her lead the conversation.
No, but seriously, who calls the shots around here?
Who do you fucking think does?
It's the 8th Hardy Boy, the one who's missing, the big dick.
Titus, no one was thinking
that there's any question who's the leader. That's how he would have ended it. Titus won't let him.
No, no, no. Fuck no. The big dick is right here, asshole. You're looking at it. Right. Fucking here.
Disregard the outburst, officer. None of the boys have any comments on their power relations. That night, they acted as one. That's all.
Why don't I just arrest you, Well, how about this? So what are we going to do now?
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your stations where you belong.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus.
The lieutenant closes his notebook.
I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder, even if it is a group responsibility. We're going to look into this.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us. Real law officials. You're lucky you didn't get a beating.
Rent-a-cop? So that's what this is about. He doesn't see you as his equals.
Me and Everett talked. He promised you'd cooperate.
Oh, so you went and talked to my mommy, and now she's making me play with you. Is that it, lawman?
And what's gonna happen if we don't? You're gonna go and tell on us?
Why don't you push me some more and find out?
You gonna let him talk to me like that, Titus?
He turns his eyes, full of hurt, to the big man.
Let's see. Yeah, I guess I am, you big pussy. The old man sent word you'd be around again. That's the reason I'm being so forthcoming with you. Don't wear it out.
But having Everard back you up like that did seem to have some effect.
I'm going to take off now. I think it would be hasty to do anything else at this point. So who is this 8th member? Titus, you were told to keep a low profile.
Yes?
Went loads better for me than it ever did for you. Okay, good, because I was kind of sweating that I wasn't going so well. Ask Kuno what he knows about the armor. Okay, let's go do that.
Fuck does Kuno care?
Okay, let's try this 28% chance.
It's not Kuno. It's Kuno S.
Interesting. How?
Kuno S is by far the worst of the two. Kuno has no problem being near you, but the other hides behind the fence, afraid for her life, like she's done something very bad. All in all, Kuno respects madness. You cannot hope to outdo her on that front. You must win yourself a few minutes with them alone.
They're super abrasive, and as you deduced, are not telling the whole story. You did fine. Thank you. Act on it. Try and separate them.
Fuck you whispering about?
I mean, actually fine. Yeah, not this is fine, fine.
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But watch what happens.
Fuck you f***ing whispering about!
She puts extra stress onto that word, expecting it will make you uncomfortable.
If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up. Don't make Kuno look bad in this.
Phew, am I glad she's out of our hair. She's fucked up.
She's not fucked up. Everyone's fucked up. Stop judging shit.
Wrong move. But he's whispering still. You haven't lost him. Just don't mess up again. or you will.
Kuno,
There are
listen
no
to me.
guarantees here.
She's trying to control you. We gotta get you out of here.
It's okay. The pig's trying to pit us against each other. Not gonna let him do that.
That's it. You let him off the line. That was a bad, manipulative thing to say. You should understand. I got you this far. I couldn't get you all the way.
Try to fuck my Kuno! Try to fuck my Kuno away! Me and Kuno are tight. We ride for life.
A chill comes over you, the wind from the boulevard south, lashing you for trying to separate them, for trying to take the street out of Kuno.
Interesting. I like this shivers check. Hey, Volt, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Good to have you. The body, what do you know about it?
Shitload pig. What's your question?
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno. He's choking. He's totally choking.
Kim, help me out here. What do we want to know?
If I were to want to waste my time, which I do not, I would ask them who he is, how he got there, and the usual.
The usual being, have you seen anything out of the ordinary? Or have you seen anything suspicious?
Where's the rest of his armor?
Kuno doesn't give a shit about the armor.
How come?
Kuno's fuckgimp's got one big thing wrong with him. He's a fucking mutant.
A mutant?
Look at him. Fucking growth hormone shit. He's a giant. The armor's too big for any man. Kuno doesn't give a shit about that freak armor. Kuno threw that shit away.
What do you mean you threw it away?
Kuno tried to get the helmet on. It was too big.
He performs a kickoff on the imaginary helmet.
Kuno kicked that shit in the sea, rugby style. That shit means nothing to Kuno.
You threw it in the sea.
Yeah, that shit means nothing to Kuno. Kuno doesn't give a shit about material shit. Kuno's a fucking monk. You wanna fuck on someone about that armor? Go fuck the mustached union fuck. The jolly troubadour shit at the gate.
Who do you mean, troubadour?
Yeah, cock and boot. You know that jolly union cow fucker? Came around talking about cows or some shit? Came around pretending like he cares about cows?
Yes, you met him at the gates. The one with the boots and the jolly smile.
You mean Mañana?
Yeah, he's the one you want to talk to. He's fucking crazy about that armor shit. Coming here pretending like he likes cows. Trying to catch a peep at Kuno's armor.
Yes, this troubadour has it. You can feel it.
More on this later. Right now, let's talk about something else.
You're testing Kuno's patience here.
Get lost.
Okay, I'm off.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
All right, let's go talk to Mañana. Kuno spin-off when? Apparently there is a spin-off in production. I think I've read that the sequel is basically dead, but they are still trying to work with the universe. Something about maybe a mobile spin-off and some other thing in the universe.
So, how'd you like our harbor?
You've been in there, he means. Talked to the boss man too, probably.
Was nice enough.
It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains.
He notes solemnly, then turns to you, a wide smile adorning his face.
Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk.
Studio's a shell of itself, though. Yeah, I don't know the full details, but I know it's supposedly very disappointing. I read about it, but you're holding judgment right now since the OG team is basically out of the picture. Right. Kuno told me you were supposed to know about the armor.
The little boy had the good on his promise.
His promise?
To get me into trouble. To sick the pigs on me. Pardon the choice of words. Not mine.
Lightning in a bottle this game, yeah.
What happened?
I was asked to look into that armor situation. Official union probe, you know. Track it down, see who took it.
Did you?
At first I thought, why not? Maybe the pieces can feed the strike. Buy us a few more days under the sun, you know? So I went to this boy. He said he'll make me his prison bitch. He's got eyes everywhere, the cops in his pocket, and he's the king of Jamrock. Serves me right for doing menial footwork. I dropped that probe right then and there, and it still got me into trouble. One bad move is all it takes.
The probe into the armor. What did you learn?
I learned that people don't want to talk to a drunk union man about some armor.
What else?
Not much. Technical stuff mostly. That was the interesting part.
What sort of technical stuff?
I did some research into this armadura. Let's say I have friends at the library. I didn't get into the material science, just how it comes off.
How does it come off?
In parts. 4 in total. The helmet was the first to go. The kid says he tore it off and kicked it into the sea. I believe him. The boots were still on the guy last I saw. Too hard to remove. So, as I count, there are 2 parts missing. The gauntlets and the cuirass. This is where I left off. Too much hassle. More like a job for some militia.
Hold up, 4 pieces. Helmet, cuirass, gauntlets, boots. What about the leggings?
Oh, they're just gone. They don't exist anymore, if they ever did at all. Forget about them. I did.
That's an odd way to phrase that. Friends at the library must be code word for I read books.
Nice and balanced. Some junior officers can take care of the rest.
Smart choice. It's only that one spot you need armor too. The one the bullet hits. Good luck if you go for those boots though. You'd have an easier time wresting the spurs off a boyadero than getting them off him.
So Kuno used us to what? Scare you?
It's a minor nuisance. It's all good.
He contemplates taking a swig from his flask. Thank you for the cooperation, sir.
No problem. If you see that kid, thank him from Call Me Mañana. Thank him for showing me the way.
He is sincerely grateful he is not tracking down pieces of armor right now.
Actually, do you know anything about the Hardy Boys?
Los Hardys? They're an independent militant group. A bit too high-strung, but it comes with the responsibility. They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. Except it's Everard's law. But really, they're just like you.
Is he actually comparing you, an officer of the law, to some neighborhood vigilantes? Come on. He's just trying to keep the peace.
Let it go.
The man whispers a jaunty tune. A coastal breeze ruffles his hair.
Good talking to you. Gotta run. Where do I want to go again? Okay, that's Measurehead. I really don't want to deal with Everard again, but I guess that's what's happening. An uneasy alliance, as it were.
Mr. Dubois, I hear the meeting with Titus was a glowing success. That's such a relief. Titus can be a handful sometimes.
At least he's polite, but he's fake polite. He's like that kind of gnawing, insidious, speaking in undertones kind of polite.
Now, what can Everard Clare do for you today?
Businessman, and not an honest one at that. Could you help me get a dead body down from a tree?
You might have noticed there's one hanging on a tree behind the hostel cafeteria.
Oh my. Don't take this question personally, but why would I get involved in this matter?
Mr. Clare, the man was hanged with a cargo belt. A steel-reinforced cargo belt. It's safe to assume the Union had something to do with the murder. Besides, getting the body down would benefit all of us. It's a stain on the neighborhood.
You are a community leader. Help your community out.
I can certainly see how having him up there might start affecting some real estate values.
He licks his fat lips and smiles.
But of course, all joking aside, I am going to help you.
He picks up the handset of a radio phone to his right, then clicks a button. Rather Titus give you a tongue lashing? I mean, honestly, I have a much clearer picture of where I stand with Titus. I know he's lying, but he was also pretty straight up about a lot of stuff. Everett, I don't trust a thing Everett says or does for me.
Jean-Luc, my boy, I'm sending 2 police officers down. They have a dead body in a tree problem they need help with. Namely, they need it to be taken down. And, Jean, please take it easy with the race science. He's had enough of that.
He hangs up and turns back to you.
You can find Jean-Luc down at the gates, but you already knew that. Anyway, he's going to help you.
Everett, I'm going to leave now, but we might talk again later. All right. And I'm assuming Measurehead is Jean-Luc. Gonna be a lurky turkey, keep kicking butt and figuring things out. Hey, thanks for lurking. Thanks for coming over with the raid and checking out the channel. It means a lot.
The unpromising race pupil returns.
Why are you not with the Hardy Boys?
I am not the first line of defense. I am the last. In addition, these so-called Hardy Boys are an effeminate clique of body.
Hey, Quentin Cappuccino, name change. Yeah, formerly Glass Deviant. I recognized the profile picture. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. But you're all part of the Union.
The Hardy manlets are on the pay of the company. I answer to the Union alone. And I do this out
Great
of
mums in
race
hospital.
heritage.
Oh, so sorry to hear that.
Finance is an alien concept to the Simmons.
I hope whatever it is, just good health, and I hope things go well.
Now leave me be. I must luxuriate in the company of my woman.
Everett told you to help us get the body down from the tree. Recovering from nasty heart surgery. Oh, well, like I said, I hope the recovery goes well and the surgery takes and does what it needed to do.
So it was. You surmounted the harbor wall in a display of athletic prowess to reach my superior. Then had him give me an order. I salute your cunning, and I will remove the body from the tree with my bare hands.
You're so noble, Measurehead.
There's a but. But, while I am gone, someone must stand guard on the bridge. That someone needs to be you. Both of you.
That would mean you're openly showing the people that you're taking the Union's side.
Lieutenant, what if we don't want to do that?
This is the uncomfortable result of not taking it down ourselves. I can live with a compromise.
It wouldn't be bad to show that we are at least amenable to the people.
Listen to your little friend. He is wise in his childlike way.
His mysterious race may yet prove fierce competition to my heroic haplogroup.
Okay then, wait here while Measurehead goes.
Babe, see that they stay here the whole time.
I wonder how much time we're going to lose from this.
The woman's gaze follows Measurehead as he leaves.
So, you guys are like cops or something?
We're just trying to keep things from going to shit.
Have you ever thought that maybe things should go to shit? I'm Katya, by the way.
You hear that? That sound. He's breaking something.
Yeah, Jean-Luc must be really tearing it up over there. I wish I could see it.
I also wish I could see it.
Look at you! RCM rent-a-cops! Guarding that bridge like Everott's lapdogs! Is this where it's at now? The RCM is for sale!
And who are you? What is your business here? Why are your clothes 4 sizes too small for you?
That's none of your business.
A shrill laughter interrupts you, echoing across Martinez. It's Kuno. Then the man turns to look behind him at the behemoth appearing around the corner, approaching him, walking past him.
The corpse has been removed from the tree. Stand down and congratulate yourself. You have sided with Ray's victory today.
There has been no side choosing. We did what we had to do to keep order.
And what you had to do was to become a Union man for all to see.
Just look at him, the wonderful hunk. No man matches Measurehead. We actually barely lost any time on that, which is nice. I might even have time to go look for the cryptozoologist and this ghost bug. Can I get down the stairs, please? It's a little wonky on keyboard. I need to see if they'll cash my check.
Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something. Everything is out on the shelves.
Your body betrays your degeneracy as a meme in your household. I saw that somewhere out on Twitter the other day. I thought that was kind of funny.
What's that magazine she's reading?
What magazine are you reading?
You mean this?
She looks at the cover boasting a colorful photo of 2 girls kissing.
This is Pop Stars. It's got, like, famous people in it. It's not for sale.
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34. This speaks to you.
Forget about all that. What is this fashion police feature? Point at the cover.
It's where they rate different outfits famous people wear. It's kind of funny. They're kind of mean. It's about who's the most stylish.
Point to her hat. I bet your hat would take the prize.
No. I don't like it. I hate it.
We are not the fashion police. We're the real police.
Let's proceed. I have some questions for you.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but...
I need to exchange this novelty check for cash.
Wow. I didn't know you worked for the union, sir.
She rolls up the giant novelty check, looks like she's seen it before, and slips it under the counter.
Anything else I can do for you?
No, you don't work for the Union. The Union works for you by supplying you with cash.
Now that's the rhetoric I'm a fan of. Can you tell me anything about the dead body?
I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so...
Did you know the man who died?
Not really.
Not really. Does it mean you knew him a little?
No. I didn't know him at all.
Thank you for your help. Does Freet have a warehouse in the back of the Whirling in Rags?
A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care what Frit does.
Come on, give me something to work with here.
She looks up from under her brow.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay?
She turns back to her magazine without waiting for you to respond. Okay, so that mysterious door is not the Freet warehouse. Oh wait, I can't go check on the cryptozoologist until the water gate is fixed.
All around you, rain falls on the great city of Revachol. Rain drips from the eaves and floods the gutters, washing the filth away. The spring thaw must be here. The snow is melting.
What am I doing?
Looking up at the sky, cold water dripping from your hair.
What do I see?
Grey sky like great battleships, clouds colliding with one another. Rain falls down on the world.
How does it feel?
Humid. Your coat shields you from the rain while the city shivers around you.
What is in the west?
Sheets of rain over the water. A flight of stairs leading into the ocean. Wave after wave washing the coast of Martinaise, with its motorboats and gently swaying reeds. The ruins of a half-sunken sea fort crumble on an inlet beyond the Bay of Revachol. Ghosts rise into the sky.
Who are you, ghosts?
The skyscrapers of La Delta, the financial district. Faint golden light seeps from the office windows. Will you ever go there?
Will I?
No, you are just one of the hundreds of thousands who watch them rise across the bay from Martinaise every day.
I call it shivers because when you close your eyes and listen to this part, you get the goosebumps and shivers. I want to level up my shivers in real life. How do I do that? How do I become attuned to this vaguely paranormal sense of reality and life around me? What is down the shore?
Urban coastline, rain dripping off Eternite-covered roofs, cinder blocks left over from half-finished construction, a defunct research and development building, once seized by revolutionaries. An old wooden church stands on stilts above the water.
And beyond that,
Coal City, end of all lines.
Run your fingers through your dampened hair.
Your hair is an oily mess flecked with ash from neighboring coal plants. Smokestacks rise somewhere in the distance.
What's in the east?
The great gates of the industrial harbor are locked. A chill runs down your back. You shudder like an animal trying to shake water from its hide.
Shake your shoulders again.
You shudder, looking down at your feet. Dirty rainwater runs veins into the plaza's snow. Two green snakeskin shoes stand at attention on the mosaic paving of the plaza.
What's in the north?
Capeside apartments. Tower blocks crowd one another. 4.46mm bullets still lodged in their war-torn stone walls. Hallways collapse from the mortar hits of a war that was lost long ago. Clotheslines go to waste in the rain. Radios play. The morning news.
And closer to here.
A yard. Rain falls onto the roof of a woodshed. Coal leaks into a puddle beneath the feet of a dead man. He swings from a tree, a gaping hole in his bare, rotting chest.
What's in the south?
A traffic jam. Rain thrumming on the roofs of motor vehicles. Inside, drivers watch water streaming down their windshields. The statue of a king shudders. He too is cold. The canal bridge has been raised.
What's on the other side?
The road ascends. A raised motorway loops above the ghetto. Beneath its concrete columns, a sea of rooftops, woodwork, and tar stretches northward. 4-story buildings as far as the rain can fall. The snows melt in Jamrock.
Why am I not there?
To be in Martinaise, where no one goes, at the runoff point of a long-forgotten canal. in the whitest part of town. In the shadow of the day, the revolution failed.
What am I doing here?
Standing in the rain, looking north, where Jamrock Rock City stretches inland.
Shudder, look further.
In the rain-swept distance, above the rooftops of Jamrock, a repurposed silk mill stands perched above the motorway exit. Precinct 41 hunches in the rain. Your vision blurs. You wipe your face with your hand. The rain stings your eyes, making you look up and blink.
What's above?
Coalition aerostatics hang like apparitions under the cloud cover. Way up there, where rain forms, rotors flutter silently. Your sight clears.
What's below?
Collapsed storm drains, old sewage systems flooded with rainwater. Hidden weapon caches from the revolution. Doors leading down to Le Royaume. The catacombs to which, for 3 centuries, they delivered the blue-blooded dead.
Motherfucker, finish thought.
This rain will not let up anytime soon. At least we are dressed for it. Let's keep moving.
And... oh, I really thought that was going to be a new thought for my thought cabinet. All right, let's go investigate this body that's been removed from the tree.
The corpse lies on the ground among the remains of an absolutely demolished pinewood branch. It's gently laid on one side.
Well, it's down. Celebrate in a more reserved manner.
Mr. Measurehead has done a good job. Nothing is too broken or compromised. The victim is ready for a field autopsy.
A field autopsy?
Yes. 1. Investigation of the scene. 2. Initial examination of the victim. 3. Field autopsy. 4. Transportation of the body to the morgue. We are on number 3.
The RCM's 4-phase murder scene processing manual.
The fuck are they on about?
Cop's gonna cut his shit up.
Don't we have someone else for this? A doctor?
No, you and I are detectives. The honorary rank of detective signifies our ability to handle the entire incident chain. From autopsy to cleanup to social work, everything.
Wait, honorary rank of detective?
An honor and a burden attached to your rank once you've proven yourself able, usually after 5 to 8 years of field work. Mine is Lieutenant Detective.
Yes, I feel like a detective.
You are. Your station would not have assigned you on this case if you weren't. Now...
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
First, what exactly is a field autopsy?
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy
That's in a
is.
minute. Yep, we'll
You've
take a
done
break
handful
here
of
in
them.
just a moment.
What you do know is, at 18.9 kilometers, the dormant shield volcano, Corpus Muindi, is the world's highest summit, and the failure of the 38 single, Epui Descent, to crack the top 20 was the death knell of disco. But what a field autopsy is, you have no idea.
Okay, actually, that's a good point. Now would be a good time to go ahead and take our break. Let the 3 minutes of ads play. This disables our pre-roll ads for people finding our stream for the first time. And when I come back, looks like we're going to conduct a field autopsy. So thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Thanks for being a part of this and chilling with me. I'll see y'all in 3 minutes. Appreciate you. Hey, y'all, I'm back. Thank you for waiting for me. Appreciate you as always. We are done with the ads, right? It says starts in 57 minutes, so... Oh, that one's much delayed. Thank you, Micah. Don't know why Firebot decided to take 30 seconds on that one. To phase out of thin air, and it caused a traffic accident. Dunno got turbo finally. Yeah, turbo has been a big boost for me. Saribot never came back and said the ad break was done. I don't know. It seems like something's up with all of it. Totally worth it. I agree. I think so too. I use Twitch more than I use most other sites that I pay for. Ah, the ad break is finishing now. There we go. Thank you, Saribot. All right, we're going to ask Kim, do you have another pair of gloves?
Unfortunately, no.
I have gardening gloves. Maybe they are enough.
They are better than nothing. Tell you what, I perform the anatomical side of things while you will take notes.
Okay, where should I take these notes?
In your paperwork, officer. Just fill out the field autopsy form.
You're not gonna believe this. I think I've lost my paperwork.
Now they only have one paperwork, too.
Officer, what haven't you lost?
My shoes. I have both of them. I found the other one, too.
Good. Otherwise, you would only have one shoe now.
It only took me the whole first stream to find my second shoe.
I can give you my paperwork. There's an autopsy form there. Several, actually. But only if it helps move things along.
Let's work off yours for now.
Right. The autopsy form is near the end.
Open the notebook at the field autopsy form.
The dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs in 3 parts. Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with...
Begin. Assistant.
That's you.
Right, Harry Dubois. Test. Did it come through okay?
The corpse is indifferent to your scribblings. Just lies there. The next box says...
2. Coroner's case number.
KK57-0803.0815.
Write it down.
Next.
Name.
NA. Next.
Date of birth.
NA.
Age.
Roughly 50.
Dry 40. The damage is so extensive, it's better to err on the young side.
About 7 seconds just checking after a refresh. That's not too terrible. Yeah, I think Firebot was delayed. I don't think that last clip was anything from your side. I'm gonna write roughly 42.
He nods.
6. Race.
Mondial.
Fair to olive-skinned, from the Isola of Mwindi. This is as vague as it gets. You might as well say whitish.
Write it down.
The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial nor anything other.
Sex.
Fucky!
About 3 seconds for you. Yeah, that's usually where I tend to sit. That's not bad at all. 3 seconds is nice.
Male.
Male.
Pigs can have sex?
Right, male.
Nor does he look male, with his pregnant belly and indistinguishable face.
Date of death.
We're still going with March 4th, 51.
Right, March 4th, 51.
What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the same as the coroner's case.
KK57 0503 0815 listens motionless, with the cargo belt still around his neck. Only one box remains.
Evidence of treatment.
None. At least not after the initial examination.
A strange word. Treatment.
What exactly is treatment anyway?
Interfering with the body's position or wounds post-mortem.
How did you not know that? Aren't you a cop? You're leaving a weak impression here. Say something sure-handed. Don't overdo it. It's okay to be unsure.
I'm not so sure. Didn't the footprints look like he was carried over?
They'd have to have incapacitated and carried him over. This man was more than a match for untrained dog walkers.
Oh, thank you, Inspector. I'm glad you appreciate it. That's the attitude I've always wanted here on stream. People should be here for stream in a way that's good for them, and we should all enjoy a good time together, so I'm glad that meant something to you. Thank you for gifting a sub to Mass. I appreciate that. Truly do. Thank you very much.
Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from pre-DeLorean burial rites. It takes him 2 seconds to perform. Then, somewhere in Jamrock North, a small wood shed behind Rosencrantz Row, Lieutenant Nick Feuerbat puts his hand to the chest of a small corpse, no larger than a monkey. It's raining outside, light drizzle. There is darkness in the shed. Elsewhere yet, an obese female sits in a wicker chair, her silhouette bull-like against the window. Outside, Grand Coudon. The day is turning dim for Sergeant Mac Dawson. Hand extended, he approaches, to make sure she is dead more than anything else. The building is tall, 7 stories, wind-wrapped in solitude. Most of the apartments are unoccupied. This was a suicide. The other, an accident. The small one. And so, all across Jamrock, Coal City, GRIH, 42 deceased persons found today. 42 stations of breath.
We should start the post-mortem.
I really, really like how as you invest in skills and things like that, you get access to more background, more prose. That's a big reason I wanted to invest in the Shivers, is because I really liked the prose and the things it was telling me as I invested in it. Turn the page.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on red copier paper tries to answer why.
Tell me something, dead man.
Shoot, Looney Rooney.
Enough. You could play it 5 times and get a whole new perspective each time, right?
Come back later, Corpo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also, see me in your dreams.
Try to remove the dead man's boots.
I thought we decided to leave it to processing. Let's not turn this into some kind of circus.
Okay, so you can sneak out of your room maybe, after he's gone to sleep.
Description of injury summary.
I'm afraid we can't continue before we've gone through both the external and internal examination first, thoroughly.
Okay, external examination summary.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodin, I think. Let's see.
He turns the body onto its side to check the underwear label.
See, it's happening.
Babrodin, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more lurid.
Write it down.
The rest of the clothes have been removed post-mortem by scavengers in order to get to the victim's ceramic armor. Officers are in search of the missing pieces. Removal of the boots is left for processing.
It would be clever of you to omit the boots altogether, sire. If you are to keep them for yourself, as you ought to, you have deserved them more than anyone else.
I don't know that I like that. I'm gonna write it down.
The boot has a serial number. It's E50.100.100. The lines between the plates are in the shape of the alphanumerical. The number is purposefully concealed by the design.
Write it down.
Tattoos.
He stands up, feet planted on either side of the body.
The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo, resembling a map of the night sky. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings, to be added to the case files as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene, using a Trigat Mini.
Write it down.
The deceased has a belt for airlifting cargo around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color yellow. Length 3 meters. There is a buckle on the other end. Well-nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age 42. Preservation is good. Ambient temperature below freezing. Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short.
Touch the corpse's hair before moving on.
His hair feels wet, soaked with rain, cold to touch. Not that different from a living person after a swim.
Stroke his hair gently.
The stench is suffocating. Strands of dark brown hair start sticking to your hand, like thread off a ragdoll's head.
Write it down. Short, light brown, male pattern baldness.
Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs. Consistent with stones thrown post-mortem. Low velocity.
Fucking low velocity? You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max. Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest. Consistent with predation.
Write down.
Ligature mark.
The lieutenant produces a small folding knife. With the other hand pulling on the belt, he starts cutting into the polyester. The stench is horrid. After a while, it's obvious the material cannot be cut.
The steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature mark.
Todd, welcome in. How you doing, Todd? It's good to see you. What happens now?
We get chain cutters, then try with those. I have a pair in the toolbox of my kinema.
Stench from the burrito night. Let's go get them.
Damn corpse. We had a good rhythm going.
The lieutenant gets up and brushes his pants.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Pull out the pull-out toolbox.
A metallic drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into place. The tools inside are neatly organized.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not protective of my tools, like some men are.
He's clearly a little protective of his tools. But what can you do? Work is work.
Take the rubber-handled chain cutters.
The handles are long and sleek. Snap, snap, go the cutters in your hand.
Push in the pull-out toolbox.
The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. Preheater gauge casts a warm glow on the steering levers and the radio on its hook.
Close the door and leave. Howdy, Todd. Hope you're doing well today. Pull out and then push in. Oh my, all in an honest day's work. Howdy, howdy, Striker.
The rotting man lies on his side with his eyes looking straight through you. His body is supine and open to intrusion by autopsy. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
External examination. Now that we have the chain cutters, let's cut the belt.
Mm-hmm. Cut with as much precision as you can, please.
See? My pig is gonna fuck his head off.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
Look for a good spot to cut.
The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck, swelling over the edges like white bread rising from the east.
28% chance. I don't like this. We are about to mess this up. I hope you all are ready for consequences because the consequence train is pulling into the station.
You jam the cutters right under the knot. That seems like a smart idea. Yeah, somewhere there. Already they're buried deep in the man's flesh. Then you rotate them to get a better hold. Then...
Fuckity fuck.
The lieutenant looks by, somewhat worried as you summon power words to your aid.
Rotate some more.
A really, really bad smell is coming from there now. And some kind of cracking sound.
Enough, cut some.
Yeah, fuck him! Fuck that faggoty! Corpse fucking time!
Told you my pig was hardcore.
I should have a go first. I think I have a strategy.
He steps in and takes the chain cutters from you. Let him work.
He sinks the cutters into the knot, preparing to perform the cuts, with his elbow to his knee for precision. Snap. The knot is slashed. Another cut, and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck and the dark
if it
red
isn't the
ligature mark
consequences of
around
your
it.
own actions.
Thank you, Todd. Indeed it is. Or my own build with no physical prowess whatsoever.
Here.
He hands you the chain cutters back and then kneels closer to the body, running his finger along the dark red groove until he comes to a gap.
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck, on the nape. Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters. Chest is intact, normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant, pelvis intact, genitalia.
He pulls down the man's underpants.
No! Let's get out and see!
I fucking knew it!
This is clearly what they've been waiting for, ever since the autopsy began. The lieutenant is trying to make it as boring as possible.
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury.
Does it look like he was enjoying his moment of death?
Ah yes, your hunch before. We can have a semen analysis requested from processing, if that's what you meant.
Oh, thank you for shouting out Todd, Maiko. I appreciate you playing some Fallout 76. Let's go. Yes, processing science. That's what I meant.
Mm-hmm. Just write down that we request an analysis.
The corpse with his pants down does not have an opinion on the subject. All he has is genitals and a deathly odor.
Inspect the genitals.
The dead man's penis is average-sized, congested from the downward collection of blood. The testicles are uneven in length, hanging underneath. The genitalia is greenish. Marbling is present around the crotch.
Write it down, add semen sample.
Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip. In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count, covering about 30% of his skin.
From wounds sustained over 2, maybe more decades, dispersal and accumulation indicates long and active combat duty.
This scarring is extensive, way more than a law official's. That's right, I hope you're all taking notes in chat. What, you thought this was going to be just on me? No, we're going to have a test. And if you all fail, well, I guess I just am going to bomb the game, so you better be paying attention.
Mm-hmm. We have a real museum here. Of battles, wars. Last item. Hands.
He takes the man's right hand in his, inspects it, then moves on to the other hand. Pick up the hand.
His flesh is cold, icy.
Pleased to meet you. Where are you from and what's your name?
My name is...
I'm only fucking with you. I know where you're from. From Cappadocia. And your name is Il Corbo. What can I do you for, Il Corbo de Cappadocia?
It's good to hold your hand. Did you like it when I stroked your hair?
I did, Kobo. I did. Reminded me of when I was just a small boy, before this happened to my face and my body. You did me a kindness there.
My notes just say penis genitalia marbling with a bunch of doodles in the margin, and Maiko's notes, reading over notes, green, smelly, knot, map of stars, penis, Cappadocia. Okay, so we got the key high points. My name is Funk Soul Brother. I'm afraid this may be a reference which I do not get.
We should do this more often. Be close like this, I mean.
Hands are clean. No sign of injury from struggling.
Were we expecting any?
I was. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Honestly, this stench is making it hard for me to think at the moment.
Oh, that's now the perfect combination of emote Space Monkey. I love that. Write it down.
Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next?
Internal examination. Summary.
Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
Cappadocia is in Turkey. Don't know about Cappadocia, though. Interesting. Hey, Doc Crits, welcome in. Yes, the full release of this game does have voice actors. There's no way I could stream this game otherwise. I just can't do games that are that dialogue heavy if they're not voice acted.
Of course, there is a moral to be drawn from it.
Excuse
moral
me.
to this story.
If I may add the moral of this story.
What would that be?
He looks at you inquisitively.
The dead man looks, too, with barely contained excitement to hear the moral of his story.
The brain is very vulnerable to compromises in its blood supply. Thank you, Maiko.
I think that may well be the moral of every story, officer.
The lieutenant grins. I'll write NA.
Good. Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's see.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it, gently. A rotting smell erupts from the mouth. Purge fluid runs down his lips, black and viscous.
It's quite the delay now. Are you having troubles with your connection? That sucks.
Yeah, jack that fucker off!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarkable. Respiratory system.
Back hunched, as if in prayer, he begins to pry open the dead man's jaws. He stops to exert more force. Both hands are used.
Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen. Hemorrhaging present in mucosa of the lips and mouth.
From here, it looks as though the clown-faced man is screaming. The tendons of his jaw are torn apart. Hyoid ripped from the force of the lieutenant's hands.
Look inside the dead man's mouth.
No scream, no sigh of relief rises from the darkness inside. It's humid there. Sickly sweet air, unlike anything living. You feel like you're about to throw up again, straight in that mouth of his.
Look deeper inside.
It's hard. Once more, you taste stomach acid in the back of your throat. A contraction. Your throat pumps a little something from your stomach and into your mouth. You're forced to swallow, just to keep looking. Inside, you see darkness. Just a mess of meat and darkness.
There are ancient mysteries down there, Kobo. Ask me later.
Hemorrhaging present in mucus.
The lieutenant repeats impatiently. He lets go of the jaws. The mouth snaps shut before you. Write it down.
Hepatobiliary. NA.
Why? Don't we have anything?
Are you a hepatobiliary expert?
That's, like liver and what would be a biliary? Like biliary glands? Like digestive? Toxin removal?
Neither am I.
And that's it?
That's it. Same for toxicology and serology. NA. Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet, and neck. Hypostasis is visually consistent with the hanging. Gastrointestinal.
He breathes a sigh of approaching relief. This is the last field on the list. He looks around to the ground, the pool of feces there.
This will do.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila.
Liver, gallbladder, bile ducts. Okay. That makes sense. Don't know what half these words are. That's okay. No worries. There's definitely a lot of very technical jargon in here. He touches the corpse's bloated lower abdomen briefly. Write it down. Omit the voila.
What's next on the list?
3. Description of injuries. Now, that we've fully examined the body.
Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too.
What about the injuries we have inflicted?
Oh, so we inflicted them?
This is a team effort. Notes this guy is definitely dead, underlines dead.
You mean the spin-stabilized munition from a kill A990 muzzleloader lodged in his lung? Or the incision on the thorax from a chin cutter? Neither was a team effort, and I wouldn't mention them. Muddies the water.
But isn't that sloppy?
Be pedantic if you like, it doesn't matter. No one else is going to investigate this man's murder. And if they do, such details would only confuse them.
See? These pigs are fucking corrupt.
The boy nods approvingly.
Why don't you fuck him if you love him so much?
Now, injuries.
Bite marks.
Head, chest, and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. Odontologist does not need to be consulted.
Write it down.
And your opinion, officer?
Non-fatal post-mortem.
Agreed. Next injury?
Contusions.
So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator on the scene has confessed to causing it post-mortem.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
Write it down.
Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones have hit the dead man. Beneath, the description of injury. 2 boxes.
Non-fatal post-mortem.
Right. Next?
What's the 4th injury field for?
Nothing. Just in case.
Turn the
The
page
corpse
back.
lay slouched to the side, oblivious to its surroundings.
Tell me something,
Shoot,
dead man.
Tony Ronan.
At the autopsy, you said you have ancient mysteries.
Oh yes, Kobo mi Lobo. In the gift horse's mouth. Tracts and wakes and waterways. Ancient materials buried.
Yeah, but to where, brother?
Just a small gulp away. My beloved Kobo. A small gulp away. Come back later, Kobo.
Alright. Bite marks, contusions on head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck.
Ligature mark. Finish the autopsy.
A dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured, the cervical column intact. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter. No signs of clawing on the neck.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait. The man's head jerks to
MQ
the
Bush,
side.
welcome in.
The ring around his
Such
neck
an awesome game.
is visible.
Love it.
Yeah, it is. It's been a great game so far. Really enjoying it. Thank you for resubscribing, MQ Bush. 19 months of support. Thank you so much for being here, being a part of the channel all that time. You're much appreciated. Yeah, we're having a good time with Disco Elysium. I like it a lot. It's a great game. It's very unique. I can't say I've ever played anything like it. Opinion fatal injury.
That's it. We have established cause of death. It's not much, and it leaves much to be questioned. But it's a start. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over.
Played it multiple times. It's definitely one of a kind. I definitely feel that. First, how did it go?
Well, we established probable cause of death. Some would say that's the goal of an autopsy. We requested a test to be run on the genitals. That was the règle. The results should arrive in a couple of weeks if we are lucky. I will not hold my breath.
What else?
We were thorough with the list of injuries too. We described them all in detail. What is there to say? Given the circumstances, it was a professional field autopsy.
What now? Give him back his notebook.
Now? Now we put him in a body bag and I drive him to Forborg for processing.
The lieutenant looks at the dead man one more time, then at his notebook, then at the corpse again. He's thinking, did I miss something? I'm sure we didn't get everything. There's always something.
Okay, let's try a 3% chance. Great characters, awesome lore, and the rest just buckle up. Yeah, it's been really great.
You run your hands over the victim's cold body, his limbs, his torso with its swollen organs. Maybe you should be more thorough.
Look under his fingernails like Kim already did.
His fingernails have turned dark. They're chipped and quite long. There is dirt under them. That's all.
Do you think we missed something?
You can't shake the feeling that there are more secrets concealed in the flesh before you.
Yes, there's something we're not seeing.
Okay, well, we are in livor mortis here. He is disintegrating. We need to refrigerate the body if we want to conduct another examination, and we need to do it fast.
Okay, where do we find a fridge for the body?
It would have to be industrial in size. Let's start by asking Gart at the Whirling in Rags and the Fritz store down at the gates. If they don't know,
His
but
voice.
only if all else fails.
Definitely in your top 5 of all time.
What are you looking at, Beano man? You want a piece of the Kuno? Wanna get fucked?
Only if all else fails.
Let's hurry then.
This is one task we cannot sideline. With every hour, whatever we are looking for will become harder to find.
Okay, so you can't increase these ever. Why were there bodily sounds? I must have tuned them out. What do we want here? You know, we could probably get better encyclopedia checks. All right. Let's inquire about a fridge.
Can I help you?
I seem to be in need of a fridge.
Yes, yes. For the dead body. You want to put a dead corpse into my fridge, right?
Yes, that's the gist of it.
Well, I have a fridge, and you're not putting it here.
Why?
Because this is a culinary establishment, not a morgue. I can't believe you even asked me.
It would only be for...
Lieutenant, you too? You're asking too? No. The answer is no. I will not turn this place into some kind of macabre circus.
Wow. Turned the lieutenant off like he was a busted old radio. He really is the lord of his realm.
Let's go talk to the Frit clerk.
Goodbye.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything.
Do you have a fridge?
Mm-hmm. Right behind you.
I need to store a corpse there.
You're joking, right?
No, I'm not joking. I need to store the corpse of the hanged man in your fridge.
Okay. It wouldn't even fit, you know.
Now that I'm looking at it, maybe a glass-doored fridge in a public grocery store isn't the best option for storing a corpse.
Pity, it would have been so beautiful.
Yeah, I don't know.
Leave. Alright, I guess we're off to talk to Kuno.
You missed a good show before. A kid came by and completely fucked the tree to pieces.
He fucked the tree up! Fucked it good! It was porno!
By the way, kipped is a racial slur. You need to act decisively. It's Kuno. Use Kuno words.
Oh boy, I feel like this is one I am not going to read out.
Stop choking, Kuno! The faggot has got you in a chokehold!
Kuno's not fucking choking.
Choked you out there, serves you right for using reactionary shit. See, we won. We won.
Fuck you did. Kuno's gonna keep saying kipped forever now. Kipped. Shit. The fuck did you want anyway? You got your fuck bag down. Now let's talk normal shit.
Yeah, let's have normal conversation.
Shoot that shit at Kuno, Pigonaut.
Kuno, I need a fridge to stash the body.
For the fuck imp. Good thing you asked the Kunmeister. Kuno knows a fridge. Perfect for freezing
I thought you would. Where is it?
Bacon Man's in a rush. But what's in it for the Kuno? What's the return on Kuno's investment?
Rhetoric, 72% chance. Let's go.
By killing in his territory, someone has openly challenged Kuno. It's in his best interest to put them in their place.
Some arrogant shit thinks he can kill in the Kuno's kingdom without asking the Kuno first. That sounds like lawlessness to me.
A dark flame smolders in Kuno's eyes as he ponders your argument. Wordless, like kings do.
This outlaw's fate is in your hands. Let's make an example of him. Help me locate him using fridge body technology.
Alright, Kuno hears ya. See that shit house over there?
He points to the collapsed building with the bookstore.
A cold comes over you as you glance behind him at the crumbling colossus there, casting a shadow on you.
Yes, I see it. The big tall one behind you.
You gotta get in that shit. In there, deep.
What do you mean, in there deep?
Check the fucking basement, pig. Don't you know anything? Always check the fucking basement, recon style. There's a giant fridge down there. Fucking will fit, no problem. It looks like a white bear or some shit. Try not to piss yourself when you see it.
A white bear? A polar bear?
How do I get in the building again?
Through the bookstore. You gotta beg the book bitch. Used to be you could get in there through the doorbell, jam that shit. Book bitch changed that. Kuno doesn't beg, so Kuno doesn't go there anymore. Yeah, book bitch, beggar. You stupid or something?
He means the bookstore. We have to ask... Plaisance is the mother of the little girl peddling books on the plaza. We have to ask Plaisance in the store.
Impressive note-keeping, Lieutenant.
See, the cloud gets it. Listen to your four-eyed friend.
Yeah, I already tried that. It's not that easy.
Then try again. Kuno's not your brain slave. Think for yourself, pig.
Thanks, Kuno.
You didn't hear it from Kuno, pig. But don't forget where you heard it from.
Kuno owns you now, pig. You're Kuno's property.
I talked to Manana about the armor.
So?
He said to thank you, wasn't too keen on chasing down that armor anyway.
Fuck, okay. Kuno's a giver like that, yes?
He looked slightly confused.
Kuno sent your fat ass running around like Jello.
Look, pig, Kuno sent you to rough some people up. Kuno played you. That happened. Now you and Kuno should move on.
Good idea.
Yes, let's move on.
Yeah, that's what Kuno said. Don't be saying what Kuno said back to Kuno. Get the fuck out of here, Patterson Kuno. After this shit, you better have something real interesting to say if you want to stay in Kuno's face.
Yeah, real interesting.
Let's try once more to figure him out, find a way to connect with him. 42%. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
He's on your crime scene, bossing you around. And he's been here for some
Worst
time,
role
too.
possible.
This is where he hangs out. You have to get more out of him. He could be useful.
Kuno, you must have seen all kinds of things throwing stones here. Want to help the RCM bust a murderer?
Fuck no. What are you? Fucking mentally handicapped?
Kuno, they've almost made you a snitch now.
Ease off, see? Kuno always takes the bullet over the hammer.
He nods big boy style, incredibly proud of himself.
He'd rather die than work with the justice system.
Okay, I'm off.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
What is this here? The letter R wears a crown. On the ribbon below, a light above descending. Here be bed slug time. Sounds good. That was 10 minutes ago and I missed it, but that's okay. Yeah, Kuno doesn't care.
You've hurt yourself now. I told you not to mess around back there. What are you even trying to accomplish, you fool?
I need to know what secrets lie behind the door. It's part of a spiritual quest.
You're only making things worse. Stop it. Be compelled to look at the books. Go to them.
It's okay because you forgot to leave. Okay, no worries. I was told that there's a huge fridge in the building's cellar. Can you lead me there?
A fridge? No, I don't know anything about a fridge. Aren't you interested
Derby bed
in
slug
books?
time. Alright, sounds good. She nods at the bookshelves.
For whatever reason, she's lying to you about the fridge. Seems like you have to find your own way to the cellar.
Oh, maybe I can borrow the pry bar. Kitsunagi's pry bar.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone. A metallic drawer slides out from under. The pry bar feels nice and cold in your hand, heavier than you'd think. Useful for opening all sorts of doors and lids. It's robust, weatherproof, and well-made. Police issue, blue, lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise miss. The pull-out toolbox slides back.
Alright, we got some tools now. See what happens if we use this pry bar on the door.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Seminese trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. Only an echo. No one is there.
How do I use... Like, is there a way to use the pry bar? It's in my hand. I guess not. don't know what happened. Oh, nothing. I'm just trying to see if I can use this pry bar to break open the door, and it's not giving me an option. Oh, game looks like it froze up on me. I guess we're gonna give it a second here. How was my day? My day was alright. I hope yours was good. Well, this is unfortunate. Thanks, PT went well. That's good to hear. Well, I suppose there's nothing to do but close the game, launch it, and hope I didn't lose too much progress. Hope it saved for me. Me too. All right, we're reloading it. OBS should decide to show it. Yep, there it is. Okay, this appears to be maybe after talking to Kuno.
You missed a good show before.
He fucked.
By the way, you need to act decisive.
Stop choking.
Like, shit. The fuck? Shoot that shit at Kuno, Pigonaut. So?
I'm just redoing dialogue I did before.
Good idea.
Yeah, that's after this.
Yeah, real interesting.
Kuno doesn't.
Okay, so I guess I gotta talk to everybody about the fridge again. That's the price I pay. Maybe I'll pass the check. I could try passing the check again.
Fuck does Kuno care?
He's on your crime scene.
Nope.
Bossing you around. Andy's been here for some time too.
Hey, Kuno,
This
think
is
you
where
can
he
turn down the
hangs
Kuno
out.
for a moment?
You have to
Let's
get
talk
more
like
out of
normal
him.
people.
Trying to fuck at the Kuno. Trying to fuck at me. Trying to fuck. Kuno only gets higher. It's faster, faster, faster. Can't take the Kuno. Stay out of the reactor.
Kuno gonna fuck you up. Up.
Normal is not what we got here. You've got to work with what you have for now.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Alright, it was worth a try, though. I don't know that we've ever talked to this woman on the balcony.
Can I help you?
Wait, is this before... Oh, this is before we did the autopsy. We pushed that kid down at least.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out, a metallic drawer.
Take what you need.
He's clearly the prime, useful for opening all. The handles are long. Its rope lets you the pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest.
Let's see how quickly we can do this when we're not stopping to wait for the dialogue. Yeah, before the autopsy.
The rotting man. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Mm-hmm.
No, he ain't. Your pigs are boring.
The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck, swelling over the head. After some deliberation,
Hey!
you sink the
We passed the
cutters
check
into the
this
knot
time.
tying the belt together. You squeeze the rubber handles together, sweat forming on your brow. Snap! The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck.
The rope rises to a point. Hemorrhaging is observed on the chest is intact.
No! I fucking...
This is
genitalia is male and... Ah, yes. You're... Mm-hmm.
The corpse with his pants down. The dead man's
back is... In addition, I see...
From wounds sustained over...
Mm-hmm. Last item. Hands.
His flesh is...
Pleased to meet you. Where are you from? I'm only fucking with you. I did... We should do this.
Hands are clean. No sign of injury. I was... Ooh... That's all for the external. Well done. Central nerve.
Of course, there is...
What would that...
The dead man.
I think that may... Good.
With
I'm not saying anything because I'm trying to remember my exact options and select them again.
Yeah, Jack!
The higher it bone is respiratory, oral cavity.
From here, it looks as though no scream. It's hard. Inside.
There are range.
Hemorrhaging present in mucus. Hepatobiliary. Na. Neither am I. That's it. Same for toxicology.
Gonna play this all week? I'm not sure. I'm not sure yet. How are we feeling about it as a stream game?
Unless you have untapped reservoirs of knowledge there. We already have...
I'm not even interested in these boring mulkus anymore. I haven't sucked him off or anything.
Leave it and cardiovascular, gastrointestinal.
This will do.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. What's next on the list?
Only seen a little and it seems really interesting. I wonder how much we have left of the game. Hey, Gilby the Fat, welcome in. Hope you're doing well.
Let's see. We have... Oh. So, you mean that was not a team effort. I just...
See? These... Why don't you...
Now, in head, and your opinion? Agreed. So, has confessed to...
Coagulated blood.
Right. Nothing. Just in dark red abrasion. I see hemorrhaging.
Below the nose.
That's it. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over.
Need a coffee. Concentrating on learning stuff is hard, so you're waiting for the kettle to finish boiling. Nice, get that coffee. Brain is too small for half the words, but you like the voices. The voices are very good. MQ Bush, thank you for gifting 3 months of Tier 1 sub to Gilby the Fat. I really appreciate that. That is 3 months now of none of the ads that we're running and access to the emotes. Really appreciate that.
Well, we requested... We were thorough with the list of injuries. Now?
The lieutenant, he's thinking, I'm sure we didn't get every... You run your hands over the victim, his finger.
Do you think we...
You can't shake the feeling that there are more.
Okay, well, we are... It would have to be...
Fuck you, look...
Only if all else fails.
So much love in chat today, isn't there? And I so appreciate all the support.
Hurry. This is one task we cannot sideline. With every hour, whatever we are looking for will become harder to find.
All the coffees. That is a great array of coffee emotes. Just in case something happens again, I should probably be saving more regularly than I have been.
Can I help you? Yes, yes. Well, I have a fridge because this is a...
It would only...
Lieutenant!
Wow.
Let's go.
Alright. We're speedrunning this bit, and then I'll get back to playing it regularly. Love this game so much. The lore, the artwork, the total randomness. Yeah, it's really great.
Right behind you. You're joking, right?
Now that I'm looking at it, maybe...
Yeah, I don't know.
Disco Elysium, maximum velocity Kuno style speedrun. You know, the game has been hinting to me that there is a Kuno route to the game. New title, please. Sanguine, welcome in, Raiders. How's everybody doing? Good to have you. Click our ads back. We've got those coming up. Queen Bean Raid, Fury Forged, welcome in. Sibley Irresistible, the beans are here to scream. Sanguine, how you doing? What were you up to? Thank you, Michael. More Elden Ring. I hope Elden Ring was going well. I assume maybe some DLC prep, getting ready for that Shadow of the Erdtree coming out. Feel free to let me know what was going on in your stream. Talk about who you are, what you do, anything like that. We like to give a little bit of spotlight to our raiders here. I think Elden Ring is what I caught you playing before when I dropped by, and if I remember correctly, it was a first playthrough. Raiders, if you don't know me, I am Ad Noctum. I'm a variety streamer. I focus on single-player story-based games. Thank you, MQ Bush. Thank you for gifting a sub to our Raider Sanguine. And please let me know if there's something else you'd like to be called. But yeah, definitely check them out. Like I said, caught them playing Elden Ring before, and good vibes. I remember some good music played on stream, good personality, and good place to hang. GG on the total 69 gift subs. Yes, welcome in, Raiders. As I was saying, I'm a variety streamer. I play a variety of single-player story-based games. So I like anything with a story. I like action, horror, RPG, some Souls-likes myself. I've been tempted to get back into Elden Ring myself, but I think I'm gonna wait for Shadow of the Erdtree to die down a little bit before I stream that. You beat Moog, awesome. I remember Moog being a hard fight. But yeah, now you should be ready for the next step. Are you ready for the DLC? Elden Ring, probably my favorite that I've played of the Souls-like so far. It's got to be either Elden Ring or Dark Souls 3, but I think I have to give it to Elden Ring. Raiders today, which, by the way, Sanguine and everybody coming over with the raid, I appreciate you coming here. I appreciate you checking out a new channel. But if anybody's got to step away, if you've got to raid and run, if you've got to go take care of other things, no worries whatsoever. You are always welcome here, but never obligated to hang out after a raid. Disco Elysium is quite amazing. I'm having a really good time with it. The successes make me feel good. The failures usually make me laugh because I've done something quite bad. The story writing, the world building, the lore, the voice acting, the music, the art, it's all really great. It is my first playthrough, so I've never played before, and we are on day 2. To be honest with you, I don't even know how far into the game I am. Sometimes you just assumed you were failing because you were drunk, like you personally were drunk or your character. I have decided to eschew drugs and alcohol in this run. It's such a work of art, it really is. Either or both, yeah, it could be. Not sure, honestly, taking it slower than most folks, so may not get the DLC right away. There is nothing wrong with that. Elden Ring is an exploration game. You should absolutely take your time. Try out any approaches you want, explore, loot, whatever you want to do. There's really no wrong way to play Elden Ring, and especially no wrong way to take your time and experience it how you want to. So don't let that get you down. Not tired of the game, probably don't need a DLC. Yeah, there is so much to do in the game. I think I probably will watch somebody play the DLC before I play it, but I'm definitely looking forward to getting into it. I've only had one run on Elden Ring, and that's now been over a year that I played. I played the, what's the class? The Samurai class. Dual Katana Bleed build. It's a lot of fun. Now I've seen a lot of what you can do with the game. There's so much you can do with it. What am I doing right now? Okay. So if you don't know Disco Elysium, long story short, we are a detective with amnesia investigating a murder in a backdrop of socio-political upheaval, and we have just performed the autopsy, and right now I am looking for a fridge to store the body in because I think something's not right and I need more time with the body. So we need to borrow someone's fridge and put a body in it. This game does have some heavy topics. So just be aware of that. There is some content warning stuff going on here, but I think it's handled well. Need more time with the body, yes. Context for my friend. This friend here, Kim. He's pretty cool. That's his context. Kim is a pretty cool detective, pretty stoic. Is not the guy from Half-Life 2. No, not the guy from Half-Life 2. Very professional, very under wraps. Basically my guiding light and mentor. And I frequently disappoint him. It is an experience. Right now, we're trying to talk to a book lady about getting in her secret back room. Maybe talking to somebody out here will help. I think I have one more snooze today. I'm trying out ads on the channel to avoid pre-rolls. Experience I am not familiar with, disappointing people. Oh no, don't. These are my deepest targeted insecurities. Don't do this to me on stream, Duck. Musical motif goes off. This is the Disco Elysium music. Yes. Getting in that lady's secret back room, eh? Yes, I am. Helonium, howdy, howdy. How goes the day? The day goes well. Having a good time here with everybody. Hello. No ceremonies, just hello.
Hello?
She nods, her attention fully focused on reading. Who are you?
Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much. If she's such a working class woman, why isn't she working?
Shouldn't a working class woman be working?
Not all the time. Right now I'm browsing books. Even a working class woman needs something to read.
Good, good.
It is.
I'm a policeman.
I know you are.
Do you need the help of a policeman?
What with?
That's all for the moment. I'll let you read.
The woman before you nods and returns to her reading.
Why did that feel so painfully like real-life conversations I have, where I just feel indebted to keep talking to people? It was lovely rating you. Hope you have a lovely evening. Going to be lurking now. Of course, of course. Thank you for bringing everybody over here. I appreciate you. You have a good one. Was that Keith David voicing? I don't believe so. I believe most of the voice actors in this game were sort of, new. I don't remember them having notable roles before. Hope to catch you another time, and likewise. All the best to you.
You've hurt yourself now. I told you not to mess around back there. What are you even trying to accomplish, you fool?
I thought it was obvious. I tried to smash through the door by using pure physical force.
You're only making things worse. Stop it. Be compelled to look at the books. Go to them.
Farewell for now, book peddler. I'm really disappointed I can't seem to use the crowbar. Looks like you actually came in with Sanguine's Raid 2. Always interesting to see where you end up when a stream is left running. Yes, sometimes you end up somewhere familiar. Sometimes you end up somewhere wonderful and brand new.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens.
Okay. What if I do something here? What if I save the game? Not because I'm gonna save scum or anything, certainly not. And what if I upgrade pain threshold so I can try this again?
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before
28%
you,
chance.
in dozens, if not hundreds, of Seminese trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked.
Okay, so that didn't go so well.
Ow. Shoot. Whose moronic idea was it to just run through the door? Don't you know that things like that hurt?
I deserve this. My body deserves to suffer for being this weak and disappointing.
Are you alright? These looked pretty intense and painful, I must admit.
What is going on there? Are you really trying to break down the back door? I warn you, don't tempt the spirits, officer. Don't tempt the spirits, or you'll damage the holy wards on the door.
It barely looks like you've done any damage to the door, however. It's still locked and closed, covered in dozens of little charms and trinkets.
Man, I wish there was something more I could do. I'm not a very physical build, and it is holding me back in a couple places. Well, where else could I find a fridge? Or some other local kids. I guess I could go ask Everett for another favor. Maybe he would have a fridge for me. Okay, however, that said, I am running an ad experiment this month. I've been experimenting with mid-roll ads to cancel pre-roll ads. I am out of snoozes, and my ads are due in a few seconds. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and take a short 3-minute break. I'm going to run my ads, and that way nobody who's not subscribed misses any gameplay. Then we will pick this up when I come back in 3 minutes. So thanks for hanging out, everybody. I'll see you all in just a moment. Appreciate you. Hey, thanks for hanging out, y'all. We still have another minute of ads, so we're just gonna hang out, chill, let it ride. I may be back tomorrow streaming. I'm not gonna promise that yet, but I may be back tomorrow. Might be a good time to put in more time on Disco Elysium if we're feeling that. I kind of feel like I'm far enough along in this game that it kind of makes sense to go ahead and finish it now. I do want to see how it goes. The debate was never whether I wanted to play the game, but whether I wanted to stream it, and I think it's going well. Working at 12 tomorrow? Oh no, Maiko. Well, definitely take your time and get the rest you need now. Substances can be administered during dialogue. I wonder... what that includes. Ad break is finishing now. Okay, cool. I don't think I have any substances on me right now, but I wonder... So far, I haven't used any. Also, accidentally worked at 12 on Monday and 11 today. Overtime is real this week. Ooh, I bet you are tired. I hope tomorrow goes well. Todd, almost midnight here. Sleep time, you hope. Have a good one, everybody. Have a good one, Todd. Thanks for hanging with us.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair.
Okay, so I can't talk to him about a fridge. Trying to make you do the self-care. Now you want to see the game thingies. Understandable. Ooh, I forgot about another game that I downloaded that I want to play. I want to stream maybe kind of soon. Cry of Fear. It's a Half-Life mod originally, a Half-Life source mod, horror game, and it looks quite interesting. It was free on Steam. I definitely want to do a stream of that. Very curious now, did the ads actually play? Didn't get any, but also not subbed. Sometimes that just happens and Twitch misses you, Helonium. Don't know why. Back from ads. Welcome back, Doc. That's weird that you got back a little later than Saribot said you should have. So I guess I have to keep that in mind. Cry of Fear is cool. Definitely been looking forward to it. Well, where else do I think I would find a fridge? Fair enough, Twitch is just Twitch sometimes. All the time, I would argue. Doing something on your phone and the stream froze, so the ads were waiting a few seconds. Right. Excuse me. The music is very good. It is. Alright, so I don't actually need to be over here. Alright, let's call the radio.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Could you run a serial number from a pair of armored boots for me?
Sure, officer. What's the number? And the make of the armor, if you know it.
Yep, the bunch of information, yep.
Got it. I'll contact the ICP database immediately. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully they'll have dug up something useful by then.
The International Collaboration Police, ICP, is an inter-Isoleri law enforcement service, the crown jewel in the moral intern diadem, alongside EPIS and the coalition government.
Done with the radio for now.
57's over and out.
In the cabin, you see...
Earlier in the day, there was stuff to do, there were opportunities open and places for me to be. It started to dwindle down to where I'm afraid I am stuck
Looks
now.
like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Titus does not look particularly happy to see you. Man, I should really level up authority before I try this. Maybe there's a fridge in this back room here?
You see a heavy steel door with...
Let's talk to the lady on the roof. I don't know what it's going to do for us, but we should try it. No, how do we get up there? Maybe she's got a suite that allows her access. Hmm. And I can't get across the waterway until Wednesday, I believe. That's the pawn shop. Never did find my gun. Still so many opportunities for shenanigans, right? Look at this. I feel so overwhelmed. Joyce's info on the lynching. I don't even remember who Joyce is.
A rusting control panel with loose wires dangling out from the hole where an indicator light used to be, and a mechanical lever sitting in the middle. This panel usually closes the water lock, turning it into a bridge. You pull the lever all the way. Nothing happens. A spring brings the lever back. Wasn't there a sign over there?
Okay. It's about what I expected. Helpline to the company that controls the drawbridge. For once, all of my possibilities have surrounded me, and I know not what to make of them. Oh, Joyce is the one who wants to give me info, but wants something from me first.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
If I put points in conceptualization, I could try this check again. I feel like there's just a bunch of failed checks in front of me, but I guess sometimes that's life. Run into this often, but you'll find an avenue for advancement eventually. Yeah. Kim wanted to give us a briefing. Tell me about the case
What
again.
do you want to know?
Now that we've inspected the scene, I want to know more about this pissing competition you mentioned.
What's there to say? It's just stupidity.
What kind of stupidity?
The cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the Industrial Harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the Union make a mockery of law enforcement here. And now it's come to its natural conclusion.
So this is a struggle over who runs Martinez. Hey, thank you for lurking. I hope you're well.
Well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police Martinez than who has to. It's an orphan district, in other words. I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest, with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested in a pissing competition.
So, he volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness. On the contrary.
I wonder what this says about me, that I was sent by my station. He raises an eyebrow, thinking it best to let you make the next move. Don't be scared, but I think I might have supernatural abilities.
He opens one hand and looks at it. A moment passes.
Which school do you subscribe to? Mambo or Jambo?
I think I might have both Mambo and Jambo. I imagine strange things and get cold chills too. This is true. This is literally how I've built my character.
I didn't know that was even possible. It must be a great burden.
It's both a burden and a gift.
It's good to have an ambidextrous paradetective in a labor dispute. I can see why they sent you. Should we go?
What's special about Martinez?
Martinez? Nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe. No one cares about this place. They care about sports. Most of our colleagues don't even know how to get here. North of the interchange doesn't exist.
A tremble comes over you. Another after effect of ethanol poisoning, perhaps. Feels like leaves do when they rustle in the breeze, somewhere far away, below the turbine. The 41st and the 57th. The lieutenant was right. It's not about who gets what's north. It's about who doesn't.
So you volunteered to spoil it?
Yes. I'm an unrepentant spoil sport.
The lieutenant appears pleased with this. Okay, enough of the competition then. Tell me something else.
Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever mentioned it.
He's actually glad it's addressed now.
Why did the 41st send me 58% chance? Let's go.
Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to slight Precinct 57.
Nice, okay. Yeah, that makes more sense than the other stuff I thought of.
Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late and argues with his necktie. You weren't sent here to win.
Kim, what if my precinct sent me on this case because I'm a fuck up? Like, as a joke.
I've considered it.
So it's true.
It would be immensely ugly of them, not to mention unprofessional. But I also think it's somewhat unlikely.
Why is that?
I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station.
Space Monkey,
And all
thank
this
you for the
time,
hydrate.
We can't decide who gets Martinez. I think, yes, both stations would prefer a win.
Do you really see me as a safe bet?
Safe? No. But you're old. You've made it this far. Something has brought you through. We've only just started working together, so I don't know what it is yet. But it's there. So no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even if they did, they are in for a surprise.
He's right. There are no airtight theories, just paranoia. You've given it some thought. Now let it go.
Nothing. Rain, thank you for hanging out. Dad joke, Egyptians claimed to invent the guitar, but they were such liars. A lyre is another type of instrument. Egyptians believed the most significant thing you could do in your life was die. I guess it's time to get into shenanigans, but I don't know of what sort. You're a new person to talk to. I work hard, I play hard, nobody works harder. Okay. Maybe I can buy a karaoke song and sing it.
Hello again. How can I help you?
I wanted to ask about my missing gun again.
Sure thing.
Thanks for the review. Let's talk about something else. Okay. There is no good point to cut that off. It's just a bop. If that baseline moves. Thank you, Space Monkey. Should I take these 30 cents? Yes. Yes, I shall. Boy. Ask around about tattoos' possible meaning. Who would know about the meaning of the tattoos? Maybe the lawyer would know.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
Are you the Hardy girl?
I am not.
You could be, Liz. You could be anything. You could even be a model.
Even a mod? Glenn, I went to law school. I am an attorney.
Maybe we'll talk later.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence.
Do you know what's behind that door? So mod is short for model. Yes, because you are model chatters.
He looks up at you, then looks away quickly, shrugging and muttering something to himself. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door.
I need a fridge to store a corpse.
The man keeps shaking his head. His eyes seem sad. Then he starts swiping crumbs off the countertop.
Sweet, sweet lies.
I don't think he understands, officer. We need to find some other way to make ourselves clear.
Wait, what language is he speaking?
He's from Grad, Ekoiko.
With the mention of the word Koiko, the cook starts talking excessively, his hands up in the air again. He's happy for some reason. He's from Grad. People from Grad don't mind if they're called by their national derogatives. It's okay to call him a Koiko.
Need to get the corpse into the fridge.
Why am I the corpse?
Turns his eyes to the cook, who gives you both a big bright smile.
Doesn't matter. I don't think he understood us anyway. He wouldn't be smiling if he did.
Need to put a dead body in this fridge. Point to the fridge.
Oh, no. Body no fit fridge. Fridge more.
Okay, then.
I know.
I know. Yeah, he's
Listen
given
to
that
me.
some thought.
This is a man who clearly knows about bodies and fridges, and bodies fitting into fridges.
Right?
Okay, we have our answer. It won't fit. We need a bigger fridge.
Don't think I need anything else. Stay masculine. It's all about money, you know. There's definitely some mildly suspicious knowledge unless you are an author. Authors can know about anything as long as they're fiction authors, or I guess if they work on some non-fiction. Space Monkey, thank you for the giant emote. Hey Liz, how you doing? Good to have you.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Spoke with the lorrymen at the roundabout.
On the contrary, officer. There are yet camionneurs you have not talked to. And don't look so surprised.
It's one big
In a
emote,
time like
isn't
this,
it? And
it would
fancy.
be strange if Wild Pines didn't have eyes on the harbor.
They must have someone in an overlook position, near the gates.
I suggest you go back and canvass for more suspects.
Do you know something about these tattoos?
That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question.
So you know something about the
Better
tattoos.
not tie the fourth day to the bat's day on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with.
She wants to answer the question. Protocol keeps her from it.
Thank you, that's all for now. Why is your search history full of information about murder? Novel research, carry on then. Yeah, pretty much. Thanks, how are you tonight? I'm doing pretty well. Having a good time with some Disco Elysium. Hanging out. Glad to hear you're doing well also.
Just an ordinary war. Nothing to see here.
Okay. So that was one loose end we were able to follow up on. Now we've got to look for another driver. He said maybe someone in an overlook position at the gates.
Right to work! Right to...
Completely forgot about this subplot.
The unpromising race pupil returns.
Ah. Where to go, where to go? Ruins full of snow. No one lives here anymore. Maybe Mañana knows something.
Hola, wandering man. How can I help you?
I feel like I'm just running in circles. Maybe we check Kuno's shack again? I don't know. I think we've checked everything in here. Is there anybody up this way? No, that's just where we've been before. Can I talk to the body again?
The man is decomposing visibly now. Every hour, he looks less like a creature and more like a pile of intestines. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Nice, Saribot banned him. Alright, look, I don't want to do it, but I feel like I've got to. Like, while there's something here, we've got to let the body be taken away. It's probably a mistake, but I failed my other avenues, and I don't want it decomposing and then there being a worse loss.
If you think so, officer, I'm not going to object. I need a little help for carrying him to the holding pen of my kinema. I'll take it from there.
There go those beautiful enameled boots. May they rest in processing.
What should I do in the meanwhile?
Continue working here. The locals, the case, or attend to your own business. I will meet you downstairs in the Whirling in Rags tomorrow morning, 7:30 sharp.
This means Lieutenant Kisuragi will leave the party until tomorrow morning. You're free to do side tasks and even the main case, though it might be more difficult. If you have nothing to do, read books or sit on the bench on the plaza.
Bag the corpse and drag it to the motor carriage. Leave. The body's hit the floor. Oops. Seems to be a rise in those bots. Yeah, lately there has been a resurgence. They seem to come and go. Whoa, why is my own OBS a little... Oh, no, it's not delayed. Maybe just the chat thing showing up was. How is it I feel like I've scoured every area?
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Test. Oh yeah, it showed up immediately. I'm just not seeing them as much probably because I moved them to the far side of my screen. 4.7. Yeah, that's not bad at all. Let's up my conceptualization.
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind?
Come on, 58% chance. This has got to do it.
No.
Damn
just no. I can already see it's failed, and I'm stopping it now. Until you have good poetry, you have no poetry. This guy has amazing willpower. Honestly, He's the only one of that intellectual bunch I trust.
Alright, well, there was another check we could do with conceptualization, so maybe this one will go my way.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
17%. Come on, it's gotta do it. It's gotta do it. Let's go.
Yeah. Why? It's a wall. An ordinary wall.
I was one off. I rolled a total of 17. I needed 18. Sigh. Nothing is coming up me. It's time to make sure I've exhausted all dialogue and everything else.
Give me a moment.
A shift in temperature. The air chills around you. Dust settles on the stony floor.
Rub your sides for warmth.
A former architect stands before a slice of window, a room plan in her hand. A cold wave has made the air in the building stand still and frozen, with temperatures falling down to -20 degrees Celsius.
Her face
is red from the cold. She's breathing on her fingers, clasping the plan. Traces of sadness are visible in her expression.
The plan.
Faint pencil lines on paper depict the same place, but a missing eastern wall connects the room with the neighboring apartment. Ideas for arranging the furniture have been jotted down.
Look around yourself.
It's clean and empty, with new tapestry embellishing the walls. A standard HB graphite pencil has fallen off a three-legged stool in the middle of the room. She had an eye for beauty.
Shiver and finish thought. The sea below looks cold and winter gray.
What happened here?
You can't foreclose on an apartment with a hole in the wall.
It will still be accessible through the apartment next to it. That one didn't have a door. Sadly, nothing of great value remains here.
There's always a little something in the fridge.
Indeed.
I wonder if we could have used that fridge.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10.
Knock.
Walking stops abruptly, but no one comes to the door. You can feel tension on the other side.
Knock again.
A poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
I think I got the wrong audio line there. This is the police open up.
Do I have to open the door?
You hear the clacking of heels again as the other side walks right up to the door. Her tone is now getting a defensive edge.
Do you have a warrant? I'm not obligated to open the door if you don't have a warrant.
It's generally easier to do things if you have literally any reason.
Leave. Not even say anything, just walk away.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says, number 11.
Okay, let's get our chain cutters in hand.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says, number 11.
Okay, 42% chance. Come on.
What are you doing? You're trying to cut the body of the lock with the chain cutters, and it's really not working.
I am failing check after check today. Knock 11 times, yeah.
No reply. No reply.
Okay, why not? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, I knocked 11 times. These shower curtains are covered in some sort of slime. Maybe reading a book will do me some good. Maybe it will, like, raise a skill or something.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't talk right now. I'm very busy with my homework. I have so much homework now.
You just can't win. Out of the rain and into the gutter.
What are you missing here? Why does this feel familiar?
Because you know each other. She's been talking to you so openly because you've talked before.
Hang on, so you know me. We've met before.
Yes, I used to stand out there all the time, before Mother told me to focus on my homework. You've been running around all week without your shirt on, sir, apologizing to everyone. I don't really understand what you've done wrong.
Did I ever talk to you?
Of course, you stopped by a few times. You certainly look better than the last time I saw you.
I doubt that.
No, you don't have party eyes anymore.
Party eyes?
You know, like a cat in the dark, all big and wide-eyed. It certainly looks odd on a man.
The swiveling eyes of a loony drug addict. That is what she meant. You were probably gurning too. Fuck yeah. You should get some party eyes right now. Snap those sequins on you, boy.
The girl doesn't know what she's talking about. Forget this.
Don't leave us hanging like that, man. Open yourself to the experiences of the world. Expand your consciousness with amphetamines.
So, why didn't you tell me you knew me to begin with?
I didn't know I had to do that.
I don't really like this detective deduction game anymore.
I guess we can change the subject, sir. I didn't mean to bring you down.
What are you doing now?
Math. It's really difficult. Like, really. They say you need it to get rich. Better than standing outside in the cold, I guess. Oh, I found something while you were away.
What is it?
I thought this would fit you. Like, thanks for helping out. Not me. The city, I mean. Like a detective does.
She gives you a hat, almost exactly like the one Dick Mullen wears on the covers. Okay, I get it. I can look just like Dick Mullen, except I'm an actual police officer.
Yes, I bet it looks good on you. Really serious. Right, I have to get back to my homework now. Before Mum notices. Man, this is hard.
Goodest of the good cops, I got Kim to really truly trust me. That's impressive considering Kim is not around. Every answer I get, you fear the likelihood of me streaming this again goes down. Why is that? Quentin Cappuccino, thank you for gifting a sub to Doc Crits. I appreciate that. Thank you for all the gift subs. Thanks for all the support. Doc Crits will now no longer get ads during our hourly segments and has emotes.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds.
MQ Bush, thank you for gifting a sub to Quentin Cappuccino. I appreciate it. Y'all, so much has been given here today, and I really want to thank you for it. This kick off a hype train? Yes, it will. Liz, how you doing? I don't know why I said how you doing. Liz, thank you so much for resubscribing now for 3 months and kicking off the hype train. I really appreciate it. Y'all, look at that. We're already 93% to the next level. Don't want me getting frustrated with the game? No, I'm actually not. Like, I just get there's successes and failures and the game is built around it. Thanks for the streams. Oh, of course, I'm happy to. MQ Bush, thank you for gifting a sub to Jin on Monday. Thank you very much for that. There's hardly anybody left in here who doesn't have one. You have turbo, but it helps me. Yes, thank you very much. I'm sorry I'm dropping frames. I don't know what's up with OBS today. Nice, we got a nice hat, so now I'm book smart. Space Monkey, thank you for gifting a sub to Helonium. Y'all, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for being so generous and so giving. Thank you for the support. Emotes now, thanks. Yes, and no ads that we run hourly. I like this gecko on the wall. Can I have this gecko?
These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see the name Dick Mullen over and over.
Storekeep, what's all this crime fiction?
Oh, crime, robberies, murders, even sexual crimes. We're fortunate to have Dick Mullen and his stories to sort all that out.
15% on your car insurance with Gecko.
You're a police officer, apparently. You should buy all of these. They really do teach a person how to be a proper detective.
Look through the display of
Crime
books.
fiction is a disgrace. An asinine misrepresentation of the physical attributes of the arduous everyday work of actual police officers.
Impu Bush! Thank you for 5 gift subs. We got one to Abitos Inc., one to Smitty Guy, one to Spoon, Nick's Knight, and Mumble2. Wow, thank you so much for that. And that completes our level 2. We are now part of the way through level 76% through a level 3 hype train. You all, totally unexpected. I'm just here hanging out, playing some chill games with everybody, and I really appreciate you showing all the support.
These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work, glossing over how long it takes to actually follow up on leads and eliminate them.
Impu Bush! Thank you for the 444
yes.
bits. And that, actually, that is more points towards our TwitchCon fundraising as well. Thank you for that. I know I don't show it so much in my face or voice too much, but I really appreciate MQ Bush 88 more and Space Monkey another 100. Thank you, thank you. That's gonna push us over to the next level. Thank you all.
Let's go.
How many points for e-girl makeup? Oh, we are halfway there, so it's 1,800 total for that reward, and we are at 914. Thanks to everybody's generous contributions. That is for Commercial to turn me into an e-girl at TwitchCon. Yes, I am going to TwitchCon. That is what I've been raising for with the tips and bits. So yeah, we've got a couple rewards. At 1,800, Commercial will turn me into an e-girl, and we will film it, and I will put it up on YouTube. That's if we don't stream it live. We'll probably record it, but we'll see. At 1,000 points, I will have a stream of frustration games. So that will be like the Sisyphus game, difficult game about climbing, things like that. At 1,200 points, I will do some no sleep and creepypasta readings. Of course, we have individual rewards as well. At 15, you get a Discord role. At 50, you get a postcard from me from San Diego during TwitchCon. Yes, me and Commercial together. Yes, we're finally going to get to meet and hang out in real life. We've got some plans to hang out. I'm meeting some other good friends up there. That's honestly a big part of what it's about for me, is getting to meet the awesome people that I've made friends with here on Twitch and hang out with them in person and connect in a supportive environment like that. So I'm really looking forward to it.
What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships of year after year coming into contact with people during the worst days of their lives.
I have not been to San Diego before. I've not been to California before. I went to last year's TwitchCon, but last year's TwitchCon was Las Vegas, and I had been to Vegas before, so it wasn't a first time for me. But no, I've never been to California. It's a nice town. Yeah, looking around, I'm actually getting in a day early, so that I have time to, I've got some plans with friends there in the town that are outside of the con, and I'm hoping to get to see some of it while I'm there, not just the convention center, so it should be a lot of fun. Got a meeting back later. Have a good meeting, Space Monkey.
Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction just doesn't tell the truth at all. Now, would you like a list of all the books found on the shelf?
Oh god, no.
Shelves filled to the...
It's in San Diego, right? It is in San Diego. Okay, this map actually very nice. It tells me what I have access to retry. So why don't we go about trying these? Also, as far as the TwitchCon fundraising goes, I've mentioned that we're running ads now as a sort of experiment. One thing that I have said is that any additional ad revenue I make over average, I will also put that money towards our TwitchCon funds. So people just by being here and watching also are contributing. So there's ads, yes, exactly. MQ Bush, thank you for another 1,000 bits for TwitchCon. I really appreciate that. That should update now any second. Our points up, there. Yep, there we go, 924 points. Thank you very much, MQ Bush. You've been very generous today. I appreciate it. And thanks for being a big part of a big supporter of the channel for so long. A lot of you all have been with me now for well over a year and a half, and it's really meant a lot to me.
You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last.
Thank you all who contributed to that hype train. We hit a level 3. Thank you very much. I got an emote. Let's see if I can share it. What did we get? Choo Choo and Mega Mlep is the name of the emote. Hey there, sugar.
The container door appears unmoved by your attempt at flattery. A tough nut to crack for sure, but the strongest containers often have the softest hearts.
You're a fine piece of engineering. Do you know that?
The door does not respond to your advances. Is it possible that it seems somehow more closed than before? Why does this situation feel so familiar? Do you have a history of propositioning inanimate objects?
All right, 3% chance. Let's go. Let's go. You were only able to open this once and it did not go well. I gotta try it.
And as it's always been, it's impossible to open a container with rhetoric. Maybe you're losing your mind.
Nothing more to do here for now. Tapster, what's up? Thank you for subscribing with your Prime sub. I really appreciate that. I appreciate you using it here. I hope you're well. Alright, we're gonna try this check.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
I have a 17% chance. Come on, something's gotta go my way.
Establish authority. Yes. Authority. Feverish thoughts race through your mind.
I'm the only thing keeping this town from going to hell, and you're... Well, wait, let's say that's it. That's all I got.
Did you already try the gun thing? I hear the gun thing is excellent and has great results. You're probably right. The others are only there for filler, to make the gun thing pop.
17% chance at what? What do I have to roll? So I had to roll a 16, and I rolled a 15. So my base authority is 4. Then you roll 2 dice. I rolled a 5 and a 4 for a 9, and then I had +2 modifiers from other things that I've done throughout the dialogue. So really, I just needed to roll. I needed to roll 2 5s or a 6 and a 4. It almost worked, though. I need Kim and his gun here for my demonstration.
What the fuck are you talking about? Gun? No one's gonna let you wave a gun around here.
The only thing keeping this town from going to hell, and you're not helping. Point your finger.
And what exactly is it you've been doing that's so goddamn special? Shitting yourself in front of us. Going around, harassing kids on the street. Kids who've done nothing wrong. All the while talking racist shit. Don't think we aren't watching, fascia. People here trust us. We're getting complaints.
Fascia. That's short for fascist.
I don't even have a gun.
What are you talking about? Guns are the only thing you have. Waving them around old ladies' faces. Trying to gun down kids.
Carly said they've been trying to set up a mass execution. Bulk purchasing guns, ammunition too.
I can believe that. Carly works in a gun shop, you see.
Please don't set up a mass execution. You'll never be able to pull it off. The logistics alone are insane. Just ask questions. Be a normal cop.
I'm gonna take off now. I wish I could go visit Carly's gun shop. Maybe she would know more about where my lost gun went. Well, I guess we can go check with Bird's Nest Roy and his electrochemistry.
Hello again. How can I help you?
Okay. He definitely is high. Whatever it is, you've probably done it, and many other things besides. But you can't cut through the jumble of sensations to get to the answer. Looking at his wares, talking to him, that might give you more clues. A guarded man like him wouldn't tell you if you asked out loud.
Something I'd like to sell.
Let me have a look.
I'll check my pockets. Access your pawn menu.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
I can pawn a photo of a happy couple, and the happy couple isn't me. I have a fascinating photo of a corpse here. Do I want to do that?
Another time, perhaps.
I'm gonna save real quick. I wonder if he can tell me
Hello
anything
again.
about the tattoos.
Sure. Oh, no. I don't like those kinds of objects. No sale.
He barely even looks at it. Do you know what the tattoos mean?
Aphotic paths, counter-radiance networks, anti-magnetism. It's darkness. That's all I know. Sell me something lighter.
You have absolutely no idea what aphotic paths are, but the tattoos on the man are not that.
Don't have anything to sell at the
Another
moment.
time, perhaps.
All right. All right, it is about that time for another ad break. I'm going to get up, take a short 3-minute break. Be back in just a moment. These ads let us not only support the channel, but also keep out the pre-roll ads when people join the stream. So I don't want you to miss any gameplay during that time, so I will be right back, and I appreciate you all hanging out. We'll see you in just a moment. All right, we still got a minute left of ads, so we're just going to hang tight. I got myself a meat stick. A little snack. I hope y'all are snacking too if you need to. Take breaks for yourselves as well. Feels like we're making progress in this game. I think there was a thought I was internalizing not long ago. What time zone am I in? Eastern. I am EST. Or is it... It's not EDT right now, I don't think. I think it's EST. Alright, the ad break is finishing now. Same time zone, gang. Honestly curious where the fuck that gun's at. I would love to know where my gun went. All leads on that seem to be cold. I know Everett is supposed to be working on it, so we'll see if anything comes through. The book collects the national recipes of Arda. They are all about lake trout. We're an hour ahead of you, but you're the sleepy one. You blame Cat Snuggles. Also, I mega slept in today. It's one of those things that I never fully cleared up with my medicine with narcolepsy. So I have not been awake all that long to be sleepy right now. Is there a better genre of book we can read? Quaint picture book brochure. It's a tome of fascist magic, rather candid.
Shelves full of biographies of famous people, whoever they are.
Storekeep, anything of note in this shelf?
I would say... The Greatest Innocence. Yes, most certainly. It's an important educational tool, delving into the depths of history, religion, and their relation to innocentic power.
Who or what is an innocence?
A very influential historical figure. But surely I don't have to tell you that. You're a law officer, and law officers have at least some education. The book is also very daring. The author aims to re-examine the universal understandings of the innocentic system, creating a fresh vantage point and a shift in the tired order of things.
So you recommend it?
Certainly. It's prudent for a person to have at least an elementary understanding of history and society. Imagine the chaos we'd be in otherwise.
You feel like you should get this one. Definitely. It's important somehow. There's something personal inside.
A true cultural touchstone. Enjoy the read.
Alright, so we got a book. Speaking of tired, I'm off. Thank you for an entertaining stream. Good night, chat. Have a good one, Doc. Thanks for hanging out with us. I do think we will come back to this game. As long as people seem to be enjoying it, I'm having a great time. So yeah, I think we definitely will do more of this game. It was good having you here. It's a great game. It really is.
Can I help you?
About my bill for tonight.
Got the 20 real?
Yeah, 20 real for the night.
Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow.
Goodbye. Alright, so what happens if we read this book? Definitely the most morphic game you've ever seen. Everything you do changes the game. Yeah, people have commented a couple times about how I do things differently than they've done it, which makes me wonder if I just do things differently as a whole, or if there's just so many ways the game can go, and everybody's taking their own path. And the question is asked, are video games a form of art? You point to this game. Oh, absolutely. And I fully believe they are art. In fact, they're multimedia art. But definitely this game would be a strong example.
The Greatest Innocence by João Paulo Salomão Lopes de Fuego. The book is large and heavy. Browsing through the various chapters, you try your best to understand the ceaseless overflow, the sprawl of names, dates, places, events historical. Most of it ends up as a twisted mass of facts inside your brain.
Given how few people have heard of it, you'd almost think every single player takes a different path, right? From what you understand, you can go in so many directions with this game and still get through it. Yeah, that is what I've come to understand from comments as well.
Your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? No. Oh well, it's pop quiz time. Let's see what you've learned. This might take a few minutes. You ready?
Yes.
That's the spirit. Here we go. Question 1. Who was the first innocence? Oh yeah, this is what I was made for.
That's so? Alright, go on. Give me all the hints you got.
A pop quiz is a short examination designed to test your knowledge without any prior warning or announcement. Such exams allow the teacher to assess how thoroughly the students have retained the material at hand. Voila. Now blast that first innocence. Thanks for nothing. Dolores Day. Dolores.
Dolores Day.
Incorrect. Dolores Day was the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. She codified parliamentary democracy and created modern institutions. Among these, the moral intern, she was powerful and beautiful on all her icons. Her colors are silver, white, and apricot. And when you think her name, Dolores, stomach acid rises to the back of your throat, and it hurts. You see a flash silver, a wreath, an airport bag, and blonde hair. You don't know why. Another choice, perhaps?
Pop quiz, what is Mountain Dew? Acidic enough to dissolve an animal, based on court precedent. It's even better now. Once it caught on, they did voiceovers for all of the dialogue. Right, I honestly could not stream this game if it didn't. I'll give you an example of another amazing game that I could not keep streaming was Yakuza 0. I was doing so much voice work, it was just way too much. I'm not a voice actor. I'm not able to do that much reading, so they definitely made it possible for me to stream this.
Steer clear of this one. There's something terrible about it.
It was a joke, pop or soda. Oh, yeah, I guess pop. Yeah, pop quiz. I get it. What?
A strange sensation of loss. When she left the earth, the dust, and the ice, and the humans. That is unimportant to the quiz. Stop thinking about this. Yes, the quiz is impersonal. No need to rouse sensations in yourself at the mention of Dolores Day. Who was the first Innocence? It wasn't Dolores Day.
You would get horse reading everything exactly. Sola.
Incorrect. Sola was anointed during the previous century and
Reading
even
everything
lived to
gets
see
you a
the
horse.
current
Sign
one.
me up.
She was an urban planner who spoke her
That would
mind
be like those
and
reading
largely
programs they
left
had in
history to
school
its
where
own
like
devices,
80,000 points got you
encouraging
like,
people to
I don't know,
excel
some
on
cool
their
toy.
own, rather than prescribing to a deified model of history. She is often called an anti-innocence. Sola resigned after an assassination attempt by a
Yeah, how you doing, kitty?
Yugo-nationalist who blamed her for not taking the side of the left during the turn-of-the-century revolutions. Innocences don't usually resign. Care to try again?
Interesting. Yugo nationalist. That's the first time they've used a nationality that sounds like it could correspond to a real-world one. They've always been at least veiled. Eepy, understand. Hope you get some good rest. The Paracarnassian.
Correct. Nothing much is known about him. It's not even clear that he was a he, but Franco Negro presumed as such and called him Pius. He's depicted as a young man with molten gold pouring out of his mouth. All he spoke was gold. It's said he invented God and equality of men before God. He also introduced the gold standard as a way for measuring people's love for Aurum. As the first Innocence, he declared that there should be more of those like him. It is presumed his disciples were the beginning of the Holy Party, the founding party.
Too late to get my Hogwarts letter, but never too late to get my pony. That's the attitude. You keep hanging in there for that pony. You deserve it.
Question 2. Who was the strongest Innocence? Easy. Everybody knows the answer to this. You, me, anybody.
Sure, try again. I trust you've got my back.
An Innocence is the highest category of historical personage in the world. A literal personification of history. Traditionally, an Innocence, when anointed, assumes supreme rule over the Occident or the known world in general. At least, the parts that matter.
Yes, so interesting, but I thought you'd give me the answer to the question.
I can do better. Okay, so commonly, an Innocence does not enforce his or her power through military power. This is seen as unnecessary. The Innocence wins because an Innocence can't help but win, for their deeds are inevitabilities. Did this help?
No.
Damn. Dolores.
Dolores again. Okay, there's something deeply personal to us about Dolores.
Incorrect again. While she originated many modern institutions, launched several successful expeditions, and was even critical of the Innocentic system itself, and somehow keeps popping up in your mind, she is not often considered the strongest. Even though the words most associated with her rule are l'amour, la compassion, la autodiscipline, love, compassion, self-control, which could be seen as facets of strength. Would you like to try again? Please, relax.
Franco Negro.
Correct. Named the Innocence of militarism, he codified hereditary rule, but at the same time ended serfdom and established the Inter-Isolari Real as the global reserve currency. He also established the concept of the nation. Franco Negro attempted to solve the rising tensions between the aristocracy and bourgeoisie by building a unified society in which every man has a place and a mission, but at the same time may rise to nobility provided on the strength of his virtue. Question 3. Who was the false Innocence? Got it under control. No problem. Solid on this one. It's widespread historical information.
You gonna be helpful this time? I could use a hint.
Yes, there exists a group called the Founding Party, known as the Holy Party, during the time of the Paracarnassian. This, the world's oldest international organization, spends its time in search of either the re-emergence of the Innocents or new members.
Sigh heavily out loud.
There seems to be a mix-up with the sources. It's not my fault. At least it clearly wasn't Dolores Day. She wouldn't be false. She's beautiful.
Dolores.
No, stop thinking it. I said it wasn't her. She was true.
Stepan the Despicable.
Incorrect. Stepan the Despicable, regent of Kedra, was a ruler who conquered the known world during the Kedriatic conquest, instead of the despotic Erno Pasternak. Would you try again?
Erno Pasternak.
Correct. There have been a number of counter or false innocences, some assumed to have innocentic qualities, some who just thought so themselves. Occasionally, they have the support of a faction inside the ecclesiastic organization, and accusations of foul play have arisen. The most famous and important of these was Ernau Pasternak. He was into torture, despotism, hymns, cannons, and world conquest, but got defeated and humiliated by Stepan the Despicable of Kedra.
World building in this is pretty interesting. Yeah, it runs very deep, and I also get the feeling that you could get very far in this game without ever engaging in the world building.
Final stretch. You've come so far and learned so much. This is the most important one. Question 4. Who was the greatest innocence? The most important of them all. The most precious to humankind. I've got it. Honest.
Okay, are you sure this time? I'll bite. Hint me.
Of course, this is my thing. The reason I exist in this world. The correct answer is Franco Negro.
You're absolutely certain of this.
Zero doubts.
Dolores Day.
Correct. The Mesk might see Franco Negro as the father of nations, but as of this century, there's been a great shift in attitude. Dolores Day has become widely regarded as the greatest innocence. A most radical change to the whole fabric of the world. Everything from inter-esolary travel to the connected world to 3 consecutive scientific revolutions can be traced back to her. Every decade that passes, she seems less human somehow, and more beautiful.
Top 10 greatest anime betrayals to Encyclopedia.
Congratulations on finishing the test. The results and your subsequent grade have been calculated. You get a D. Not particularly remarkable, but technically a passing grade. Not that anyone really expected better. You would have done better if you just left Dolores Day for the end. Dial the Dolores Day down a bit.
Damn you, you arrogant book.
You are shouting at an inanimate object, like a real weirdo. No wonder you seem to have trouble with the right answers.
Man, something's weird about this book. You should do something fun instead. Rock out. Forget about it.
What if I crack open the immense tome
Browsing
again?
through the book again, you still have trouble understanding the torrent. Your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? No, it seems rather oh yeah, this is what I was made for. Correct. As the first question too easy. Everybody knows the answer to this. Correct. Franco, question got it under control. Correct. The most final I've got it. Honest. Correct. Everything. Congratulations. An A. All correct. Impressive. Oddly so. You really navigated some treacherous waters here. Well done.
Got you this time. Not so smart anymore, are you?
Yeah, sure. It's so much easier once you know the answers, right?
Put the book away. Well, that was something. I was hoping it would lead to an internalized, like, Dolores Day thought of some kind. Should see if there's another book we can get. Was that worth it for, like, 15 experience?
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Hyundai somewhere.
It's worth it just to hear this sweet travel melody again.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise.
What is Wirral-related merchandise?
An endless variety of source books, lore books, and codices litter the table. The topmost book is titled Welkin Compendium, 2nd edition. There's also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art, The Hunters of Katawak, Boreal Creature Compendium, and a Pick Your Path adventure game book titled Tales of Wirral, Cavern of Velkrag. Books in a board game section? Who wants to read books?
Anything that really catches my eye?
There's a box that says Wirral, 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements Module. The side panel notes, a fantastique adventure board game, new maps and miniatures. A sticker on it displays 25 real. That price is steep, but then it's the 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplement, so it makes sense.
This has got to be pretty good. Get the choose your own adventure book, adventure choosing Inception. I don't have this kind of cash. Okay, we've already done this one.
Shelves full of biographies of... Shelves full of...
I saw the little blue thought indicator come up. What was that about? Oh. Everyone knows the most interesting thing about fascists was their magic.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature.
Look through the shelf.
Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It's about wholeness, unity, balance. These 3 things are very important to the working class mind. The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services.
How does that work?
It serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have access to, and which costs more than this book, is garbage, and would only give you cancer anyway, without even curing your cold or anything. Wholeness, unity, balance, on the other hand, can basically take care of anything. Though it is important to note, when it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then it's because of your mind that you're ill in the first place.
Does the book say anything else?
The book features chapters on topics such as how to find magnesium. It even lists plants you can harvest magnesium from. How to continue drinking if you're an alcoholic who has destroyed his liver. And there's even a chapter on the ancient Seraïs tradition of using duck gallbladder preservatives to treat and prevent sexually transmitted diseases. Pre- and post-factum apply. Nothing worth buying. This is just mundane garbage. What's even paranatural about this?
Ooh, here we go. 97% chance to find something truly otherworldly. Mercenary Girlfriend, welcome in. Hi, hell yeah, more disco, more disco.
The throbbing in your head increases with every passing moment you gaze at this shelf. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a small green book becomes apparent. The title of it reads, Medicinal Purposes of the Pearl.
At Inland Empire stat, yeah. I'm really enjoying Inland Empire, Encyclopedia, Logic, Rhetoric, and Shivers has been a really great combination because I'm getting like the factual about the world, but then I'm getting the prosaic as well. So it's been nice. What's this book about?
The book contains descriptions of various pseudoscientific therapies, alternative medicines, and folk remedies involving the Pearl, also known as le territoire. For example, it recommends vigorously swatting one's naked body with a venek, or hand broom, made from the leafy twigs of a young birch tree from the near pale.
Sounds invigorating.
It is, and good for the circulation too.
What else?
It also recommends consuming distilled spirits like vodka or whiskey that have been aged in the pale. Readers are instructed to cover these jars in a shallow hole just inside the pale and leave them there for 30 to 60 days, depending on the potency desired.
And what does this pale-aged liquor do?
Among other benefits, it is alleged to restore a damaged liver to perfect health. That seems improbable.
I should probably get my hands on some of that. What else is in there? Is this what you did to get so drunk and forget your own name?
For general health and well-being, readers are encouraged to take regular strolls through the pale, though a sidebar cautions readers to limit each stroll to less than an hour. These strolls promise to cleanse the mind of worries and the body of toxins, especially if the perambulator performs this ritual in the nude. Nudity figures prominently in a number of these prescriptions. This is exactly what you need.
Huh, anything else of note?
There's an entire section devoted to cures for men who are struggling to perform their marital obligations.
Boogie, what's up, Boogie? Good to see you. Yeah, I probably need that one.
Excuse me, sir. I believe you've been perusing that particular volume long enough. If you'd like to continue reading, I must insist you buy it.
Am I gonna spend my last dollar on this paranatural book? You bet I am.
Indeed. Something about that book does seem to have spoken to you. Well, I hope it contains what you're looking for.
Alright, another book adventure? Let's go.
Medicinal purposes of the pale. The cover of this heavy tome features a number of esoteric symbols.
Open the book. Base, thank you. Which philosopher was it that was like, when I get money, I take it and buy books, and then with what money is left over, I buy clothes and food and other things I need.
Flipping through the book, you find a number of sections on the general benefits of the pale. A large pharmacopoeia makes up nearly half of the book.
What's a pharmacopoeia?
You come across the following explanation. While modern pharmacopoeia are continually updated by so-called experts based on the results of clinical trials, readers will find assembled here the timeless wisdom relied upon by generations of traditional Ceolite medicine practitioners, Mesk mystics, and Ilmaran folk doctors.
It's not Diogenes, but it sounds like something Diogenes would say. Yeah, almost. That and, you know, like, destroy the mint.
It's all quackery, in other words.
Desiderius Erasmus Rotorodamus. When I have a little money, I buy books, and if I have any left, I buy food and clothes. That's the one.
Finally, something to calm the angry spirits that have been plaguing you.
I love that my encyclopedia and my Inland Empire are sort of arguing with each other here. Like, the knowledge-based part of me is saying none of this is real, but then the fantastic dreaming part of me is saying, hey, this is something that's going to work out for you.
It seems to contain descriptions of the medicinal properties of various ingredients that may be gathered from the pale, as well as instructions for producing a variety of herbal remedies.
Is there anything in there about restoring lost memories?
There are a number of Ceolite tonics that promise to improve your short-term memory, but nothing that speaks to your condition.
Love the way the stats play off of each other. Yes, I have a build that is very heavy in intellect and emotion, but I miss so many, like, body and perception checks. Heard it described by a YouTuber I like that they're more like party members than traditional stats. Yeah, almost, and you can invest in the party members you like. I just want something that will soothe the relentless torment of my existence.
What you're describing is booze. You don't need
body stats
any
were so
herbs for
bad.
that.
It does make you want to do another playthrough. Anything about curing an apocalyptic hangover. Had just enough motorics to get by, was mostly mine and empathy. That's pretty much my build exactly.
There's nothing in here that speaks to hangovers directly. However, while browsing through the various descriptions, you become convinced that you could assemble something from the ingredients listed here. Want to give it a shot?
All right, book, let's see what you got.
First, you need to choose a base ingredient.
Ginger root.
Next, you'll need to combine the base ingredient with an appropriate vehicle.
Boil it with a tea made from birch bark.
Lastly, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Some wild ginseng root. I'm pretty sure I just made an energy drink. Let's get some ginger and some birch bark tea and put some ginseng in there. Yeah, you got an energy drink. Although, a spoonful of sugar would have done that too.
The ginger root will help with the nausea, and the birch bark tea will help you flush out the toxins. The ginseng should give you more energy as a nice bonus. The very thought of this tea causes your muscles to relax and your mind to clear. You're more present and in control than you were a moment ago.
Savor the feeling a moment longer.
A tingle rushes down your spine, and you feel your toes uncurl. If only it could always be like this.
Okay, so I bet this book is something I can use to cure my morale without using my magnesium supply. That's very cool. Put the book away. Well, all right. We've got just a little of the day left. Rain, thank you for the hydrate. It's a little after 1 a.m. here, going on 5 hours. I think this is where I'm going to call it for today. We'll go ahead and make sure we save so we don't have to redo some gameplay like we did before. And I'm going to take a look and see who's online that we can give a raid to. Like I said, I will probably be back tomorrow, but I will let you know for sure in the Discord, which if you'd like to join it is available here. That's where I post when I'm going to be live. We discuss the games I'm going to play. We talk about games, share memes, talk about music. All sorts of stuff goes down in the Discord. We'd love to have you there if you'd like to be a part of it. Thank you for stream. Thank you for stream, Rain. Thanks for being here. Thank you, everybody, for being here and helping these streams be something awesome. Thank you for being cool. Thank you for being cool. Goes both ways. All right. Let's drop some frames maybe. Crunch, much love to you. And Q Bush, thanks for the stream. Thank you for being here. Thanks for all your support and being a longtime friend of the channel. Let's see, let's take a look at some people, see who's online. Yep, there go my frames. Love to see it. Bro, my frames, right? No, your cat loves ad streams too. He gets cuddles for hours. That's awesome. We support this. I'm going to check out the category. Has my computer stopped framing up yet? Thanks for stream. Thanks for being here, Space Monkey. Hope it helped your day go by. Okay, there's somebody that I don't know them, but they've been in my recommended before. They are also playing Disco Elysium for the first time. Their name is Miss Fifi. I know I've seen them pop up before, so let's go by and maybe make a new friend. I'm gonna raid Miss Fifi. Have a good one, Cemetery Chick and Mass, Mercenary Girlfriend. Space Monkey, Love Glutton, everybody. Raid message. We'll go with what we've been going with. Knocked him down. It's a knocked him raid. I like it. It's punny. It's simple. It's punchy. Let's go with it. You'll see that there's 2 raid messages there. There's one for those of you who are subscribed and want to use my emotes. And there's one for those of you not subscribed who want to go ahead and use Twitch standard emotes. As I always like to emphasize, if you are here, whether you're lurking or you're chatting or you're doing something in between, You make a difference, you make an impact, and you are appreciated, so thank you for being part of Stream. Until I see you again, remember, take care of yourselves, be kind to each other, know that you're all appreciated, know that we'll see you again soon. Thank you all.